Francisco, a Quinn Martin production, starring Karl Malden. Also starring Michael Douglas. With guest stars Peter Strauss, Bernie Casey, Elaine Giftos. Tonight's episode, TIMELOCK.
Hey, Dominic, you deadhead, wake up. Come on, you're up and you're staying up, you crummy con, you lunk. No way you get your beauty sleep today, no matter how much you need it.
Get off my back, Mouse.
Come on, up.
You're asking for it.
Okay, we'll do it this way.
I'm warning you.
I'm ready.
I'm gonna let you have it.
I'm sure you're gonna get it first. Go ahead, you big bag of wind. It's your last chance. After today, you get a new keeper, you big gorilla. After today.
It is my last chance, isn't it? Okay, you little pencil-neck punk. You asked for it. You've been asking for it for 27 months.
Help! Get him off me! Axe murderer! Maniac!
Hey, I'm gonna miss you, man. Time to hit the stage.
30 minutes, man. It's 6:30.
California Human Resources Development wants this work furlough program to work, Jepson. Now, you blow it, you're going to blow it for everybody.
Oh, no chance.
Well, you know your special conditions on this release?
No booze.
Think you can do that?
Look, I've been dry almost 3 years in here. I mean, in there.
Well, keep it that way out there. Your wife coming to pick you up?
No, I kind of wanted to get the job first and surprise her. You know, be able to tell her I'm out for good.
Yeah. Well, HRD has a list of 5 interviews for you. I think the best one is Herman's Boatyard. They have a policy of hiring parolees, but you don't see them until this afternoon.
All right.
Now, it's your job to make all the interviews or any other leads you might have. Newspapers, friends, whatever.
Yes, sir.
Bobby, you got 32 hours. Use them.
I will.
And you get a job, you show us proof of employment by 5 o'clock Friday afternoon, you don't come back here. You dig it?
Yes, sir.
What do your work credits come to?
Oh, $23 and some change.
Let me bump it 5.
Hey, you...
Mail it to me. You don't belong here, Jepson. So lay off the sauce, and let's have no reunions. Okay?
Yes, sir. Thanks.
Good luck.
Wiki. Now, listen, that's a federal offense, isn't it?
Hey, Steve, you made that one way, didn't you?
You, out. Everybody, out. Come on. That's a mad group.
Were you all packed?
Everything but my snorkel. Now, will you get out of here so I can finish this up?
What is this? What, that liquor store gig? That's supposed to be on Olson's desk already.
Well, I just saw something I wanted to clear up.
What are you talking about? Oh, man, you're gonna do it, aren't you?
What?
You're gonna sit here messing around till you come up with some excuse to stay.
Well, you're keeping me here now.
Hasidian told me. He told me 6 months ago when you signed up for this charter thing you wouldn't go.
Okay, buddy boy, out.
He told me this would be what, your 4th deposit in a row you lost. You know how much money that is?
Yes, I've got an idea how much money that is. Whose paycheck do you think they're pulling it out of? The mayor's?
You know, you're really a character. You don't trust anybody with your city, do you?
My city? What are you talking about, my city?
You know what I'm talking about. It's the truth. You don't take 10 minutes for lunch. How are you going to go take 10 days sitting under a tree?
I tell you what I'm going to take. I'm going to take you apart in just 10 seconds.
All right, Lieutenant, that's it.
All right. Oh,
you have the right to remain silent?
Out!
All right, I'm coming back here this afternoon, 45 minutes before departure, and we'll code 3.
1.
Then I am going to handcuff you to that old
3,
lady tour director,
4,
and then I'm going to take that
5,
key and drop it right down
6,
her moo-moo. See you
7, 8, 9, and 10. Get out!
Wiki.
Well, that looks okay. You got a pretty good record. That's all right.
Thanks.
Let me ask you something. You still carry your ticket?
Ticket?
Your license, your driver's license.
Well, it expired, you know, while I was inside. But it was never revoked or anything.
What kind was it?
Just a California license.
You mean to tell me nobody told you you'd need a dual-axle truck license here?
No. But it's no trouble to pick that up, is it? I mean, I can go down there and get
Look,
myself
fella, we really need a guy that knows how to handle the rigs here.
Well, how much of a trick can that be? Learn to shift more gears, that's...
I don't know. Maybe I could ask the boss, huh?
Great. You want me to go with you now?
That's no good. He's gone till Tuesday out of town.
Yeah, but Tuesday's too late. I've only got 29
Look,
hours
fella,
left.
I'm sorry. I really am. You gotta know how it is.
Hey, that's all right. Look, thanks for the time.
How do you do, Mr. Jepson? Sit down, please.
Thank you.
You know, there was a very important item left incomplete on this form.
What's that?
Your typing skills. How many words a minute do you type?
Well, I don't know exactly. I mean, I don't think I've ever been timed or anything.
Shall we do it now?
Sure.
All right.
Sure. Well, then, I understand.
It's just out of my hands completely. I hope you really do understand. We would like to help.
Sure.
We'll keep your name on file.
Yeah, thanks. Say, excuse me. What time do you have?
10 minutes to 12.
Let me shut it right.
Herb Shaker's buying. What's the matter, buddy? I just want to talk to you for a minute.
Some other time, maybe. I got an appointment now.
Hey, that's not very friendly.
Shaker, we were never friends.
Hey, Jepson. Jepson. Hey, Jepson, just a minute. Hey, listen, I got to talk to you.
What about?
When they spring you?
This morning?
Then you know.
Know what?
Oh, man, somebody's coming down on me real tough. I miss buying it by that much. There's only one guy I can think of who might want to nail me. What'd you hear in the yard about McPhee?
Nothing.
Oh, listen, you had to hear something. He's after me, isn't he? He's still hot about that hassle we had, right?
He's still got a steel plate in his head. How should he feel?
Well, then he did it, didn't he? He put out a contract. Who'd he buy?
Who? I don't know anything, man. Leave me alone, will you?
Listen, you don't have to worry about that little punk. I can take care of him. But I gotta know who he turned loose on me.
I don't know.
That's a lie. You're lying. There are no secrets in there. Those walls got ears. He's got somebody out here looking for me, and you know who it is. Hey! Where are you going? Police! Hey! Over here! Police! Officer! Officer! That's him! He killed that guy! Okay, hold it. Stand back, everybody.
Emergency homicide department, Lieutenant Mike Stone, fast. Stone, this is Jepson, Bobby Jepson. Hey, you gotta help me, man. You're all I got.
He's been out, what, 6:30 to 12, not even 6 hours.
I was thinking about Hawaii.
Oh.
Look, as soon as we get the report, let me take it over, all right?
We'll see.
You said his problem's drinking?
Was.
But the call said he was coming out of a bar when it happened. You think...
I'll know what I think when I have something to think about.
Right.
Turn on this corner.
I don't know, Mike. I think he went out on a limb when he got busted.
Limb? What limb? I made a court appearance. Big deal.
As a character witness, I'd say that's a little unusual, isn't it?
Oh, he's a good kid.
Manslaughter, huh?
Cracked the guy over the skull 3 times his size. Self-defense. Guy never got up.
Did you see it happen?
Didn't have to. I've seen that boy in action since he was 12. Coached him myself in the police athletic league. Never missed a game when he was all-state halfback in high school. No way he plays it dirty.
The judge didn't agree.
Well, it happens.
Yeah.
Right here.
Lieutenant, there's your man over there. The victim was a guy named Shako.
Herb Shako?
Yeah, you know him?
I had that pleasure once.
It's narcotics, right?
Right. You got the witness?
Yeah, he's the guy at the pool table. He was at the bus stop. Said he saw Jepson shove Shako. I got him, Mike.
Okay.
Mike, thanks for coming.
Now, what are you doing in a place like this?
Mike, listen, I can't...
No, you listen. Now, you had a condition on that pass. This place or any place like it was off limits. Now, what are you doing?
Mike, I never touched a drop, I swear. I started to, but I didn't have to. You can ask him.
So what happened?
I was starting to leave when Shako stopped me. Wanted to buy around.
You know him from inside?
Yeah, a hustler, you know. Look, I didn't want any part of him.
The kid at the pool table said that you killed him.
Well, he's wrong, Mike. I know what it looked like, but he's wrong.
Sure, I'm sure. What's to miss? There were 6, 8 people out there. Most of them were looking right at these two.
Why was that?
They were arguing. The dead guy was grabbing the other guy's jacket, asking him for something.
What?
Who knows? Money.
Now, wait a minute. Are you guessing, or did he say money? Okay. Okay, let's hang in with what we know, all right? What happened then?
Well, the truck came looping down Embarcadero and zap.
Zap.
Yeah, he shoved the other guy right into that truck.
You saw that?
I was standing right next to him.
I'm not asking that. I'm saying you saw him shove the other man into the street.
Yeah. The truck was trying to miss some little car. He hit his air horn and ripped right around the corner.
Did you hear the air horn before or after the man went into the street?
Before.
Then you were looking at the truck.
Yeah, sure.
So you weren't actually watching the two men all the time?
Well, maybe not every second.
This McPhee that he was afraid of. Is that Mickey McPhee?
Yeah. He's inside, but he's still operating. Got big connections. He could have bought somebody to hit Shako, I guess. At least Shako was sure he did.
Yeah. Okay, now, this guy that you say you saw come back in here, how big again?
Big. 6 foot, 6'1", corduroy sport jacket, rust-colored, dark slacks, brown maybe. I can't say for sure.
Tie?
I told you, Mike, I only saw him from... Are you testing me, Mike?
Do I have to?
I'm sorry.
I'll get on it. You want me to call Irene?
No.
She should know.
Mike, please, not this. She doesn't need this. What are the odds of finding a guy I can't even describe?
You leave the odds to me.
Okay, if I want to ask you any more questions, I can get you this number here.
Right.
Now, hold it a minute. Son, there was a guy outside at the bus stop, about 6'1". Came in here just ahead of the suspect. Did you see him?
I only saw the guy you were talking to. I saw him do it, and I saw him try to run.
Yeah, but he says he ran in here after that big guy. He was wearing a rust-colored jacket, corduroy maybe, brown slacks. Son, are you sure you didn't see him do it?
No way. There was just the two of them, and they argued just like I said, and then he shoved the other guy and tried to run.
All right. Look, if you happen to think of anything later, give me a call, will you?
Sure. That all?
That's all.
Thank you.
What did Jepson say?
He didn't do it.
Now, is that you talking or him?
I believe him.
Well, I just might, too. That witness couldn't possibly have seen Jepson push Shaco. Right. His eyes. They were on the truck when he heard the air horn.
Good work.
Now, who is this guy you're talking about, this big man? Is that for real?
Well, he better be. I'm going to ask around.
Wait a minute. You got a plane to catch, you remember?
I got a job to do.
Oh, come on, Mike. You're not blowing another $100 deposit. I can take this.
Buddy boy, we're talking about somebody's life. I'll go out and see if I can find the big guy, and well, you hit the streets and see what you can pick up on Herb Shaco.
Cat's in the bag. The bag's in the bay.
No problems?
Not for you. Somebody else, maybe.
What do you mean?
The bag? Some friend of his is holding it.
Who?
Spy me. What, do you care?
The only thing I care about now is you're hustling some China doll while I'm staring at last month's centerfold.
Well, now, that's a problem I can't help you with.
I like your style, LeBeau. I really do. Send me a snapshot, at least.
But who did you know in Q that was 6'1", 160 pounds, about 40 years old, sandy hair, blue eyes, and he had a scar over his right eye, and it drooped a little?
You saw him?
No. But enough people did to give me a picture. And the bartender said that he came in right after Shaco hung around and played the pinball machine.
Well, then you can get me out.
No, I can't. I need more than that. I need the man.
I don't know, Mike.
Well, think. Think.
I can't remember anybody with a scar like that. I can't, Mike, I can't.
Okay. Maybe McPhee can.
Are you going up there?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Now, this might take a little time. You want me to have Irene come over?
Mike, we've been through that
You
already.
owe it to her. She played it straight for 3 years waiting for you.
What'd she put those 3 years in? To see, come back down here and see me right back in the tank?
Every time I turn around, it's right back down the tube. I mean, what is it, Mike? What makes me a loser?
Thinking like one. Now, you hang in there. You hang loose. We'll get the guy. Don't worry.
May I help you?
Yeah, you're holding a ticket for me, LeBeau.
Oh, yes, Mr. LeBeau. We were afraid you weren't going to make it. You know, we sail at 6 o'clock.
We?
Just a figure of speech, Mr. LeBeau.
Now, that's too bad.
Stone and Keller?
Yes, sir. Weapons, ammo, cuffs? Jim Pritchard from HRD is up in records now, Lieutenant. Said to tell you they've been digging ever since you called. Still haven't come up with anybody fitting your description they could tie to McPhee in South Block.
Well, how about seeing McPhee?
It's all right. He's in the machine shop. I can take you over.
No. You gotta be kidding. Is that what you came up here for, Lieutenant? To arrest me?
Well, the people I talked to outside said you tangled with Shaker when he was up here. You swore you'd get him.
Ever have your skull laid open with a wrench? You say a lot of crazy things.
You in the infirmary for 3 months. You tried to have him hit twice in the yard, once in the mess hall. You were the one that spread the word Shaker could run, but he couldn't hide.
You get around.
What do you know about it, McPhee?
Just what you told me, Lieutenant. Herbie Shaker didn't know enough to use a crosswalk. Is that really what brought you guys up here?
What brought us up here was Bobby Jepson.
Jepson? Little clean jeans. How's he wrapped up with Shaker?
He stands to take the jolt.
Oh.
We see it as a setup.
How's the DA gonna see it?
I went to Shako's apartment, found 5 hollow point .30-30 slugs in the plaster. They went through his window about 6 o'clock this morning.
That's just when Bobby was walking out of here.
I see. But then he was walking the streets with Shaker when it happened. Is that it?
I'm going to give it to you straight, McPhee. And I want it back the same way. Bobby Jepson's a good kid. He doesn't belong in here. And I can keep him out if I can find that guy who shoved Shaker.
Who's that?
That's what I want from you.
Now, wait a minute. Let me get this straight. You're telling me you think I put out a contract, and now you want to know who I bought? I mean, do you really think if that's what I did, I'd be dumb enough to tell you?
No. No, we think you'd be smart enough to help us if the information we got was wrong.
Sure. Anything I can do. I mean, I really owe the law a lot. Right?
Pritchard, you've got to come up with something.
We've been back all the way, Lieutenant. McPhee's whole stretch.
Did you check everybody that's in and out of here?
Past 3 years.
3 years? Wait a minute. We're talking about 6 for McPhee, right?
Right.
Not here.
Sure. If the tax man put him in, that would have been minimum security. Where was he before?
Have to look.
What's with the tax man? I thought he was a real public enemy.
He was, but clever. They finally nailed him on tax evasion.
Here we are. Hidro Chino. We got lucky 3 years ago.
Why was that?
He was a born organizer. Had Chino wired for just about every kind of activity you can think of. Some of it got a little rough. Then he did, too. They send him to us to straighten him out. How do you unkink a corkscrew?
So if our man didn't know McPhee here...
Then he could have known him in Chino.
Right.
How much time will it take to comb those records?
Time?
No problem. At Rudolph's, we don't worry about the clock. We worry about the customer.
Well, I need it by 5.
Then you'll have it by 5. How's that?
Yeah, that's fine.
Hello, Irene.
Bobby, why didn't you tell me you were getting out today?
I was gonna knock on the door with a dozen roses in one hand and a job card in the other. But here we are. Just like every weekend for the past 27 months.
Mike Stone said that it was a mistake.
Did he tell you it's a mistake that started in a bar?
Bobby. Why?
Why? Because I fumbled 3 straight interviews. I couldn't handle the right kind of truck. I couldn't handle a crummy typing test. I couldn't handle being out.
Don't, Bobby. Don't put yourself down like that. Bobby, you never got to be college All-American, okay? And you're not a doctor or a lawyer or a banker or a teacher. You're just a guy, like a lot of other guys, who live a life without headlines. Who find something that they do well and make their own way. Make a good home for their families. That's all you have to be. That's all I ever wanted.
No, Irene. I'll tell you what I am. I just had it laid out on a booking slip what I am. Convicted felon. I've got the record and the social contacts to prove it. Guys like Herb Shako, who can walk up to me on any street corner at any time and drag me right back into the gutter with him. And that's not where I want you.
What do you mean?
What I said 3 years ago. Go see a lawyer.
Haven't I proved anything to you in all this time?
Irene, this charge means a life sentence. Even with parole, I'm talking about 12, 15 years.
But they haven't proved anything yet.
Irene, they've got a guy who's going to walk into that courtroom in a suit and tie and tell them that he saw a convict already doing time for manslaughter shove another con under a truck. Now, what are the solid citizens of San Francisco going to think about that, I mean, what chance do I have?
Well, you've got Mike Stone. And, if it matters, me.
I was afraid the time pressure might get to Jepson. He felt he had so much to prove. But you see, the work furlough program...
Oh, I like the program. I just don't like putting a time lock on any man's chance for freedom. When we tell somebody that it all hangs on their going out and getting a job, well, I think they ought to have more than one shot at it. Not have to feel that it's all over if they blow one lousy chance. I'm sorry, you know, I like this kid. I care for him. He had a shot at something once that a lot of us dreamed about. You put a ball in this boy's hands, forget it. He was off. Nobody could stop him.
You never told me what happened. He get hurt?
North-South All-Star game, Coliseum in L.A. I flew down to see it. Clean play. But you could hear that leg snap all the way up to the 65th row.
Broke his spirit too, huh?
Completely. All those good moves on the field, and just like that, over. Nothing. Nothing but bad ones off the field. But, you know, I certainly appreciate you coming in on this.
Records, Jensen. Right. What have you got? 3 years ago, July? Could be our man. Are you sure about that scar?
You have the time to McPhee.
Good. Right eye. Now look, can you time to a Michael R. McPhee? Yeah, Mickey. He's checking. But the make you gave me squares with the guy they paroled 3 years ago. Puts him in your time period.
What's his name?
LeBeau. Darryl LeBeau.
How do you spell that last name?
Wait a minute. Yeah, go ahead. Same work detail, 2 years.
That's our man.
Can you give me a spelling? Yeah, go ahead.
Parole and community services, please.
Yeah. Right, got it. Thanks. Okay, you fellas take it easy down there.
Supervisor's office. Art Flynn. Art, Mike Stone. I'm fine, thanks. Listen, I need some information about a fella sent to you from Chino about 3 years ago. Around July. Name is LeBeau. Darryl LeBeau. That's L-E...
Capital B-E-A-U.
L-E capital B-E-A-U. First name is Darryl, D-A-R-R-Y-L. Thanks, I'll hold on. Say, what chance is there for you to come to the city?
Very possible.
Well, I'd like for you to tell Bobby that we're onto something. He'll need it about now.
Sure.
Yes. Yes, I'm here. Oh, his parole is up? Well, what's the last known address you have on him?
Pier 35, swing downtown first to Rudolph's men's store, Polk in California.
Could you do me a favor? Could you see if McPhee had any other visitors today?
Sure, just 1 sec. Yeah, guy named LeBeau, Darryl LeBeau.
What time was that?
1:12.
Hold on to that. I'll be back with a warrant. Good thinking, buddy boy.
And we thank thee, dear Heavenly Father, for all of thy blessings. In his holy name we pray.
I'll get it.
In a moment. Amen. It's the plumbing, I know it. Probably in number 6.
Come in, please.
Yes, police. You have a tenant in number 8, LeBeau. He doesn't seem to answer. I wonder if you could tell us where he is.
Is there some kind of trouble?
We'd like to ask him a few questions.
I'm afraid I can't help you.
Why's that?
He's gone.
Well, where?
He sent his trip. Had the utilities turned off and everything.
When was this?
Just a while ago. 40, 45 minutes maybe.
Well, do you have any idea where we can get in touch with him or where he was going?
No. He's a very quiet man. Keeps to himself.
Well, did you happen to see him leave?
No.
The big man?
Yes, son, the big man.
Yes, when I was playing outside.
Did you see him leave in his car?
He didn't get in a car. He got in a taxi cab.
What color?
Orange.
Orange. That's C&W cabs 555-3323. I'll radio for a search warrant.
Right. May I use your phone, please?
Certainly.
Please forgive me. Dispatch, please. This is Mike Stone, San Francisco Police. You picked up a fare at 2207 Taylor about 45 minutes ago. I'd like the destination.
I thought I said no reunions.
Hey, what are you doing here?
Mike Stone told me about everything, including the guy you saw run off. He's checking him out right now.
Who is he?
Name's Darryl LeBeau.
I don't know him.
He knows McPhee.
Well, then I'm clear.
Not until Mike raps it.
That could be never.
And it seems like he's gotten more confidence in you than you've gotten him.
I just meant that.
Yeah, I know. There's one more problem.
What's that?
I just checked with my office, and I got a message that the board knows about this whole thing. They're trying to get a hold of me. They want to pull the plug.
Well, what do we do?
Well, I could stop picking up my messages, and you could start having more faith in Mike Stone.
Attention all units. Vicinity of Embarcadero, Pier 33. Code 3 now in effect. Please assist.
Unit 81, closing in on Pier 33. How about that liner? Talk to the captain yet?
The main office has been contacted, Lieutenant. They're trying to get word through now.
Well, stay on it. I don't want that ship to leave the dock. He's going under. Mike, get an ambulance! Are you okay?
It's like a cold shower after a hard workout. What are you laughing about? What? What?
The time you got.
What are you worried about the time? Oh, man. Well, what are you laughing about? You blew another $100 deposit to Hawaii.
Oh, maybe next year.
Yeah,
Don't forget your coat.
Sure.
Pick up your shoes.
I got my shoes.
No, I make it 49ers and 6.
6?
Yeah.
Oh, come on. Dallas hasn't given up 6 points the last 3 games.
Well, the Brody on target, no sweat. Don't laugh, it's true.
You're one of your boys, huh?
Yeah, you bet your cheap watch it's one of my boys. How long has he been up there?
About 15 minutes.
15 minutes? That's a long time. Maybe I ought to go up.
I think your phone call was enough, Mike.
He can handle it.
What happened? Come on, what happened?
Oh, we scored, gang.
Hey, Bobby, way to go.
Hey, buddy.
Well, I guess I can call my office now.
Look, thanks, man. Thanks for everything.
Coach?
Say, we gotta get rolling. You wanna lift?
Thanks, but they're gonna check me out on the routine.
I think I'll just hang in here, too.
Thanks a lot.
Now, that's one of your boys I gotta go along with. But the 49ers this year, that's something else. Listen, you gonna give me Dallas and 6 points?
Yes.
I gotta take that.
You got it. Could have had 12. Well, you could have.
Of San Francisco, a Quinn Martin production, starring Karl Malden, also starring Michael Douglas. With guest stars James Stacy, Linda Marsh, Nancy Wickwire, Richard O'Brien. Tonight's episode, Whose Little Boy Are You?
Thanks for showing.
Well, now, according to your neighbor, Mrs. Allen, who said she saw it, it was an attempted molestation. At least that's what she phoned in.
Oh, Fay Allen. Believe me, it was a burglar.
Is your boy all right?
Oh, yes, he's just fine, thank you.
Mike, can I show you something in the bedroom? Excuse me. All right, this is exactly how the radio unit found the place. Now, according to Mr. Reardon, he heard a noise. He came in here and he found the guy going through the kid's drawer.
Why isn't it dumped out? It's not messed up.
That's right. And Mike, look at this. He was in here, too.
What for?
I don't know.
Hey, what's this? What do you make of this wire?
It's on a trip release, so when the door opens, the music box is activated.
Need any help? You can see nothing's been taken. Sorry to waste your time.
Mrs. Reardon a good housekeeper?
Oh, yeah, sure.
Can you describe the burglar?
He's about 5'10", 6 feet, kind of husky. He had on sort of an army jacket. I grabbed at him, and he barreled out the window.
What do you think he was after?
Oh, you got me. That's your job. What are burglars usually after?
They're usually after cash, jewelry, drugs, things like that. But they don't like to work hot houses.
I don't get you. Hot houses.
Houses with people in them, Mr. Reardon. Say, did your wife straighten up after you chased him out?
Oh, no, she scooped up Sean and ran to our room and locked the door.
Well, then, what about this? It's busted.
Oh, yeah, it's been that way for months.
Well, if your wife is a good housekeeper, how come she didn't vacuum this up? It's part of the music box, isn't it?
Fellows, I'm sorry you were called out this late.
Was it a molestation attempt? I know people don't like to talk about it, Mr. Reardon, but molestation is a very serious thing. Did he take anything out of there?
No. It was a burglary and it fizzled. Okay?
Okay. Okay. You and your wife talk it over, and if you feel you forgot anything, give me a call.
Sure. Thanks, Lieutenant.
Good night, Mr. Reardon.
Inspector.
Mike, I'm going to change it from a 288 to a 414.
Or something from Grimm's fairy tales.
You don't go for it either.
No, I don't go for it. Some guy breaks into the kid's window, stays in the kid's room, looks at the kid's clothes.
There's no valuables in there.
So? What's in a kid's room that would interest an intruder? A kid, maybe.
Pete?
Yeah. Open the door, will you?
No.
Joan,
No.
open it.
The Army called me. You're AWOL for almost a month. Where have you been, Pete?
No,
I know that. I mean in the States. Where have you been?
right here.
San Francisco?
That's right.
For almost 30 days?
Well, I had things to do.
Pete, you have to go back.
No. I gave him 7 years. That's enough. I'll be staying here with you, Joan.
No!
I'll give you time to get used to it. You're not going to be pushed, and you don't have to be scared.
Well, I am scared. And besides, I have a life here now without you.
Joe, you got a job at an insurance company steno pool for a garbage salary. You got to work 8 to 10 hours a week overtime to send your mom money. And you're dating a schlump of a guy named Harvey Taylor, who's going to be an accountant in 2 years if he can cut night school that long. Come on, Joe, we can make it this time.
Did you go to my office? Did you talk to Harvey? My mother.
Harvey.
Oh, Pete! Did you hurt him?
I talked to him.
Pete, if
I told him you were my wife.
Then that's why he had... Did you tell him not to call me again?
We're going to see a lawyer, Joe.
I saw a lawyer years ago. You got a copy of that decree.
Well, we're going to get it set aside. Now, I heard that's what you can do. Set the divorce aside. It's going to be the way it should have been a long time ago. You, me, and little Pete.
It can't be. Pete, we're divorced. There is no little Pete. I couldn't keep him. I had to give him up. I never even took him out of the hospital.
I know that. It's okay, Joe. It's gonna work. I found him.
The boy is almost 5 years old. He doesn't know you or me. Whatever else those people are, they're his parents now.
Look, I'm his dad and you're his mother. Act like it.
Supermarket?
Come on.
You stay here now, just 1 second. I'll stay right there.
Joe. They call him Sean. That's the little boy that you gave away. Hi, champ.
Hi.
You like toys?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah? Show me what toys you like here. Airplanes? You like airplanes, huh?
Mm-hmm. In the car.
How about this truck, this camper truck? You ever been camping?
No.
Sean? Sean. Sean, come here.
Mommy, I was just looking at the camper truck.
Sean!
Now go away. Leave him alone. Leave him alone.
Mrs. Reardon, what kind of military jacket?
Pockets. It had 4 pockets, and it was an army color.
Olive drab?
Like that, yes.
Where is he, Martha? Where's Sean?
Lieutenant Stone had him go with the policeman for an ice cream.
Sit down, Mr. Reardon. He should have called me.
I couldn't think. I'm sorry, Bob.
No, she did the right thing. Now, why don't you tell us what this is all about?
You see, it wasn't a burglary, and the man had company with him at the market, so he's not a molester.
Well, now, what would they want with your little boy, and why don't you want to talk about it? Now, Mrs. Reardon here, she gave us a very good description of the couple. The store manager told us that they drove off in a camper. So, what do we do now, Mr. Reardon?
Mrs. Reardon?
Would either of you like a cup of coffee?
Oh, no, thank you.
Well, how are things at work, Mr. Reardon?
At work?
Yes. Business pretty good?
Fine, very good.
Mrs. Reardon here tells me that you work for Frondelli Brothers.
That's right.
I know the place, Meat Market. You follow the 49ers?
Sure.
What kind of a season do you think they'll have this year?
Oh, I don't know. Pretty good, I guess.
Oh, I think it'll be pretty hard to tell, don't you? Just like this whole bag of beans. I was telling Steve that it looked to me like a case of attempted kidnapping, but it just doesn't make any sense. Not for people like you and me. We don't get paid that much. Not unless Frondelli is paying you much more than I'm pulling from the city.
No, not much.
I didn't think so. No, just a bum idea I have, and believe me, I have plenty of them. What do you make it out to be, Mr. Reardon?
We think that... Do you know anything about diabetics, Lieutenant?
No, not much. Well, why don't you tell us about it?
Martha's a brittle diabetic.
Brittle?
I think that's an unstable tolerance for insulin, isn't it?
And carbohydrates. In some cases, the diabetic can collapse. I haven't, not for almost 7 years now. But we're not allowed to adopt.
So your little boy's adopted?
Yeah.
And the adoption is illegal? Or questionable? And you think that the guy and the woman are his natural parents?
Do you have a name, Mrs. Reardon?
No, we've never seen them, and that was part of the understanding. Well, they're not supposed to even know who we are.
Well, they apparently do. What do you think they found out?
We've had Sean since he was a week old. We're the only parents he knows.
And he wouldn't know what was happening if they made us give it back.
Mrs. Reardon, who could have given them your name?
The doctor, I suppose.
He arranged it. We paid him for it. He signed the health papers for Martha.
He knew about her health?
It was 5 years ago, Lieutenant. Babies were available then. There were baby mills.
So you bought a son?
It sounds awful, but we love him more than life.
You know, Mike, we have either attempted kidnapping or child stealing or nothing.
Well, apparently he doesn't know about the phony health certificates, or he wouldn't be breaking into their house at 3 a.m. He'd be in court.
Unless he's a crazy. Or he isn't the real father.
Mr. Reardon, where can we find this doctor?
I think you better talk to my lawyer.
I don't need a lawyer, Doctor. You want one? Fine. Either way, you just tell me who you gave Barney Reardon's name to.
Sorry, I can't help you.
Doctor, what I know is that there's a 5-year-old child who's a target. Someone's taken 2 cracks at him already. And I also know that there's a name in that filing cabinet that matches a guy wearing a GI jacket who drives a camper. Either Inspector Keller goes downtown for a court order to open that cabinet, or you tell us now.
Dr. Kemp, do you have an accident or someone work you over?
I fell.
You were pushed by a guy about 5'10", maybe 6 feet tall, husky, wearing a GI jacket with pockets.
No.
Come on, a man came in here wanting Barney Reardon's name and address. You wouldn't give it to him, so he leaned on you.
No.
You talked about something. Now, what name did he give you? What was the baby's name?
No, it's not true. I fell.
Doctor, take a look at yourself. You're a grown man. You can handle yourself. Can you imagine what he'd do to a 5-year-old child?
What was the baby's name, Doctor?
Janetti. The mother's name was Janetti.
Throw in the first name.
Joan.
We'd like to see the file.
It was 5 years ago. A lot of infants to be placed. I was only trying to find a good home for the child.
Norm. Hi, it's Keller. Look, I need all the information you can give me on a Joan Genetti, Genetti, at 440 East Glendon. Maybe an old address. It's on the Reardon matter. I'll hold you.
Well, it was in the nature of a favor to Mrs. Genetti and the Reardons.
Tell me, what did a small, healthy human being bring on the open market, Doctor?
Okay, here we go. Nap time for you.
Yes, wait, here, let me take this one. Barney.
Yeah?
Mommy, what happened to my clothes?
Somewhere around Banff, Lake Louise, anywhere in Canada.
Pete? Pete, there's a gun in here.
It's a carbine. There's ammo, shelter halves, ration cans, anything we might need up there.
They know, Pete. Those people know what you're gonna do now.
That's right.
It's not right, Pete. That little boy won't understand it. He doesn't even know who you are.
The little boy is my son, Joe, and yours. Oh, you'll get to know us. The clothes, the toys, all these things will help. He needs us. And we need him.
Why now, Pete? Why all of a sudden now? I got 4 letters from you. From the time we were married until the time I wrote to tell you that we were going to have a baby. And then nothing. What was I supposed to do?
I don't know. Understand, I guess. Just understand.
Understand what? That I was married to a war lover, a soldier who re-enlisted when I was 2 months pregnant, and didn't even ask for re-up leave to tell me why.
There were reasons, Joe.
Well, I would like to hear them. I wrote to you that I was going to Nevada. I told you that I couldn't cut it alone, that I wanted a divorce. Nothing, Pete. No letter, no telegram.
I was in a fire base, Joe. We're getting hit 60 times a day. We're getting supply drops once every 2 weeks.
Tough, Sergeant. I was 19 and pregnant and alone. You had a choice. I didn't.
I was wrong. I made a mistake, Joe. That's all. I just made a mistake. You know, before I went to NAM, there wasn't one soul on this earth that needed me. And in NAM, I found out a whole platoon needed me. Now, I thought that they were my responsibility, Joe. Okay, I was wrong. I woke up and they were all gone. All of them. And I was in the base hospital.
I didn't know that.
So they wanted to rotate me back out there to the rice paddies, and I couldn't go. I couldn't hack looking after a bunch of new scrubs. I just couldn't help them, and I knew it. You see, nobody can look after anyone but their own. Now, I can only look after you and me and little Pete. And Joe, that's where it is.
It won't work. They'll stop you. The parents, the army, the police.
No one's going to stop me. It'll work because it has to work. That's all there is, Joe.
Pete, listen.
I told you that I wouldn't push you. I'm going to get him now. And when we get back, I want you waiting for us. Come on. We can put it back together. I know it. I need you, Joe. I need both of you.
Please, Lieutenant Stone will be here any minute.
When Stone comes, I'll put it away. Meantime, if that guy shows up here, he's going to get 2 barrels of double-aught. Hello?
Mr. Reardon, this is Mr. Coleman of the Bureau of Adoptions.
Bureau of Adoptions?
Yes, sir. There seems to be some irregularity in yours and Mrs. Reardon's adoption procedure.
Oh, what irregularity, Mr. Coleman?
Well, sir, there seems to be a question as to the legality of Joan Janetti's divorce. Technically, you see, her husband may still be entitled to custody. As you know, he never signed the adoption papers.
You mean we'd have to reopen?
Exactly, Mr. Reardon. My supervisors asked me to drop by and discuss it with you. Shall we say half an hour?
Well, sure, half an hour.
Mr. Reardon, try not to worry. During the investigation, we'll have a very, very nice foster family look after your little boy. Bye, Mr. Reardon.
Get your things together, Martha. And Sean's. I want you out of here in 5 minutes.
Barney.
Pack. Get yourself a motel room someplace for a few days. I'll talk to Mr. Frendelli, see if I can get some time off. We have to get Sean away from here.
That man on the phone, you said Bureau of Adoptions?
Stone. Stone must have told him the whole thing.
Forrest Sergeant Peter James. Now, you're sure? Well, then, what name does he have on the dependency allotment? Ah, Joan Janetti Forrest. Yeah, it ties. Thank you, Colonel.
Forrest, yeah, here it is. Joan Janetti Forrest, 1552 Greenwich, apartment 4. I'll get on it.
Good. Check the street and the garage. Oh, and listen. If that camper is anywhere in the vicinity, you call back. You understand? This guy's AWOL. He's got more combat kills than Bonnie and Clyde. Oh, let me have Reardon's number.
Call me to market, okay?
I can't keep him in the motel room all the time, Barney.
Okay. Check in somewhere, and then you can take him out for an hour or so. Take your sister along. Keep your eyes on him. I'll talk to Mr. Frendelli. The whole world's going down on this.
Joan Forrest?
Yes?
My name's Inspector Keller.
Come on in.
Sergeant Forrest here.
No.
Has he been here, ma'am? Where is he, Mrs. Forrest?
I've been sitting over that phone for 20 minutes. That's how long Pete's been gone. Trying to decide whether to call the police or the Reardons.
Well, why didn't you?
Because there would have been shooting. Anybody who gets in Pete's way now is going to have to kill him to stop him. Maybe his way, no one will get killed.
What is his way?
He's on his way now to pick up the boy, and then he's bringing him here.
He left about 20 minutes ago?
Yes.
He's driving the camper, right?
Yes.
Lieutenant Stone, please. I'll need that license number, Mrs. Forrest. Lee? Lee, is Mike there? All right, listen. Lay on an APB for a Peter J. Forrest. What's the model of the camper?
I don't know.
What year is it?
1971, I
71,
think.
License number?
I don't know.
California plates?
I don't. Yes, I think so.
Probable California plates, license number unknown. Color?
Green and white.
Green and white. It's a 288 crime against a child. Approach with caution. Alert all vehicles, South San Francisco, the vicinity of 491 Clark. I'll be at 555-2870. Right.
Are you going to wait?
Yes, ma'am.
He'll have the boy with him. You know that.
I know, Mrs. Forrest. I know.
I gotta tell you, Stone, whatever it is you want with Barney, I'm behind him 110%. The best cutter in the business. He said 10 minutes. He'll be here in 10 minutes.
You're sure he's on the way? I was just by his house, you know.
The bus. You know what the bus schedule is these days. Martha takes the car, Barney hops the bus.
The wife has the car? What about the little boy?
That's Barney. Here he is.
Sal, I gotta talk to you.
Mr. Reardon.
You I don't need. You and the Bureau of Adoptions. I got the call.
What call? What bureau?
Sal, we leveled with this guy and he blew the whistle on us.
What are you talking about? I didn't call a bureau.
Then how'd they find out? How'd they come up with this irregularity business?
When? What did they say?
He said that they were reopening the adoption, that Sean would have to be sent off to a foster home in
Baloney. That was no agency. Now, where's your wife and child?
Send him off someplace.
Randelli, get off the phone.
Mrs. Leibowitz, call you right back.
Mr. Reardon, now I asked you a question. Where are your wife and child now?
I don't know.
Alma, my head's splitting. All the excitement. The phone call.
Here, you want an aspirin?
Oh, thank you. I left everything at the hotel.
There's a fountain over there. Sean won't get out of my sight.
All right, I'll get him another ticket. Tickets. Alma.
I think I've lost him.
He should have stayed with you, huh?
No, I think we know which way he's headed. Mr. Reardon, why don't you come with me and have your sister drive your car home for you?
All right.
8-1, headquarters.
Go ahead, 8-1.
Alert Keller at Forest Apartment. Company's coming.
Hello? Inspector?
Yeah. Thank you, Lee. He has the boy.
Up in Canada, they got trees, they got lakes, mountains.
Mountain lions. Does Canada have mountain lions?
Yeah, they got mountain lions, too. Thousands of them. And they got moose up there, too. By the way, Joan is her name. You're really gonna like her.
Okay.
All right, he's here. Now, Mrs. Forrest, I'd like you to go in the other room.
Please. Please, don't shoot him.
Look, I don't want to shoot him, and I don't want him to hurt that little boy. Isn't he coming in?
I don't know. Never occurred to me that he wouldn't.
What do you know, little buddy? We've been mousetrapped. Charlie set us up.
Who's Charlie?
Charlie? He sets tripwires on the trails and mines the villages. Charlie's the enemy.
Come on, get in. Zate 1, Keller to headquarters. Subject's vehicle proceeding west on Greenwich.
10-4. All units, code 33 now in effect. Clear all channels. Inspectors 8-1 now in pursuit of subject vehicle. A white 71 camper, California license number 658DOU. Vehicle is under surveillance. Do not approach. Do not intercept.
So, in our army, yours and mine, we have sergeants and we have privates. Now, you're a private and I'm a sergeant, okay?
Does our army have guns?
No, the sergeants do, and the privates do what the sergeants say.
The sergeants are the daddies.
Yeah, that's right. Like daddies.
Camper now on Fort Funston Road.
10-4.
What do you know? Charlie outflanked us. What do you say we go to ground? Like a roller coaster, isn't it?
That man knows where he's going. I'll call in some backup units.
Just to cut off the exit, sure. But we're not going to get that young fella with firepower.
Can't use tear gas with a kid in there. What do you want to do, Mike?
Let me have a flashlight. Mr. Reardon, I'm sure your wife will be much more comfortable farther back.
Sure. Come on, honey.
Mike?
We're going to talk. Pete Forrest and I are going to talk.
About what?
We'll think of something.
It's dark in here.
Yeah, it is dark, isn't it? But privates don't get scared. They just take the sergeant's hand and plow ahead. Just like marching through Dixie.
I'm unarmed. I'd like to talk to you.
All right, cover all the exits, all right, and no shooting.
I played in here once. A long time ago when I was a little kid. They used to have big guns in here.
What for?
Oh, protect the bay. People thought that maybe big ships might sail in here and shoot at the city.
Charlie? Is that who?
You got it, pal, Charlie.
I think I want to go. I'd like to go home now.
This is it for now, Private. This is home.
No, I don't think I like it.
Here. Here, I got a light for you. You hold on to that.
My daddy has one of those.
Yeah, sure.
Sergeant! Listen, Sergeant! Let's stop and talk.
I'm gonna go out on recon for just a little while, and I want you to be in charge, okay?
I don't think...
How old are you?
5.
5 years old. That's old enough. Here. See the second hand? The big one? Going around real fast?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I want you to keep your eye on that. And when it goes around 1, 2 times, I'll be back. Okay?
Okay.
Sergeant! These bunkers go on and on forever. Why don't we stop and talk? Drop the light. Drop it.
Push up position. Okay, duck squad, hands behind your neck.
Mike Stone, San Francisco Police.
Pete Forrest, unattached. Your buddies outside?
Mm-hmm. But we won't need them, you and me.
Good.
Because I want to tell you something. You're going to hear it anyway. Sean's adoption was based on a falsified document.
What does that mean?
It means I'm going to get up.
Stay there.
No. No. Oh. If I were as young as you, I'd do it for you, but these bones just don't mind anymore. Thanks. That's better. Dr. Kemp phoned Mrs. Reardon's health certificate. The adoption may or may not hold up in court.
Well, are you saying that we can get our boy back?
I'm not going to lie to you, Sergeant. You've got an AWOL to clear up.
Yeah, but Joan, she could go to court.
Yes, if she wanted to.
Why wouldn't she?
Sergeant, that little boy doesn't know anybody but the Reardons. They've been his parents all his life. You want to take that away from him?
Sergeant?
What is it?
The big hand's been around and around. Can I go home now? Maybe my daddy misses me.
Well, what about Canada? And all the lakes and fishing we were talking about, remember?
My mommy and daddy need me. I'm supposed to go.
Well, I need you too, pal.
Yes, sir, but...
Listen to me. I want to tell you something. I want you to pay attention. 5 years ago...
Forrest, don't do that. You want to push this thing, do it in court, do it legally. Now, that's your decision. But not here. Not to a 5-year-old child. Why, don't you know that when you're 5, you're looking for an anchor? Something solid, something to hold on to? Well, he's got that now. Son, I want to ask you a question. Whose little boy are you?
My daddy's and mommy's.
And who's your daddy and mommy?
Mr. and Mrs. Barney Reardon. They live
What's he going to say? What else does he know?
Of course. Leave him that, will you, Pete? Otherwise, he may never know who he is.
Carolyn, you go get that man's flashlight.
Thank you, son.
welcome.
Maybe you ought to write this report yourself. It's beginning to look like a set of references for Peter J. Forrest.
Yeah.
Well, that's great.
What?
That. I think that's very nice.
Think? You're a cop, buddy boy. You're not paid to think. Corrigan, do me a favor, will you? Make sure that this gets to motor pool, huh? Thanks. Come on, move it. Let's go.
Of San Francisco, a Quinn Martin production. Starring Karl Malden. Also starring Michael Douglas. With guest stars Nehemiah Persoff, Scott Marlowe, Michael Glazer, Donna Bacalla, Michael Margutta. Tonight's episode, bitter wine.
I am sorry, sir. We are closed for the day. It's a private affair in honor of our 5th anniversary. If you care to make a reservation, anytime tomorrow, I'd be happy to take your name.
Jason. Jason Kampakalis.
Say, the mortgage on that wine country of yours up north?
Oh, come on, Mark. There's no way. I mean, I could never do that. I mean, old man would never let me do that. Look, let me have a new note on this place, huh?
Sorry, Dimitri. Charity's not my bag.
Sir.
What is it? What do you want?
There is a gentleman over there. He says he is Jason Kampakalis.
Don't go away. Hey, come on. You son of a gun. Let me look at you. Oh, it's good to see you. Good to see you, Jason. I didn't know you were coming.
Well, you've had the date for 12 years.
Hey, come on, Jace. Are you that bitter?
No. He looks great.
As tough as ever.
It really came true.
Yeah, pretty much. Hey, look, kid. The old man didn't know you were swinging by, so maybe you better come back later, see him, huh? I mean, this is an important party, you know. It's kind of to oil the water party. You know what I mean?
No.
I'm sorry, kid, of course not. You couldn't know. What I mean is, everything looks great, but we're a little shaky. We need some bread to keep the wine flowing.
You in trouble?
Yeah, but hey, don't mention this to Pop at all. But we are in trouble. We're gonna be in big trouble, especially if this guy gets away. Listen, here's the keys to my car. It's a white Jag. It's out in the parking lot. The address is on the registration. You just go up to my place, you make yourself at home, and I'll see you later. We'll get caught up, okay?
Dimitri, does Papa know about me? Did you tell him?
Kid, come on. I can't lose this guy. Hey, where you going, Mark? We still got some.
Nah, there's nothing more to talk about.
What? One more glass of wine? Huh? Come on. Come on.
Hey, get away from there.
Hey, look, it's my brother's car.
Yeah, sure.
Some people to see about the guy we brought in this afternoon, Compactus. The old man's his father, and the young one's one of the guys he busted up. You remember that. And the other one's a very high-priced mouthpiece.
Mr. Sloan.
How do you do, Lieutenant? This is Mr. Compactus, Cadmus Compactus. I'm afraid there's been a misunderstanding, and I think this young fellow can clear it up best. This is Paul Croft, one of the attendants at Mr. Compactus' restaurant.
I remember.
Go ahead, Paul.
Well, yeah. It was like he just said, a misunderstanding. Like I thought he was stealing my boss's car, but he wasn't. He was just acting in self-defense.
Hold it a minute. Sloan, what's going on?
What is going on is a disgrace, Lieutenant, and I apologize for it. But this is a family matter.
You see, Lieutenant, Mr. Compactus' son, Jason, was just released from San Quentin today after serving 12 years.
What was the sentence for?
He killed 2 innocent children.
It was a manslaughter charge, hit and run, 2 counts served consecutively.
Hold the booking slip. Have him brought up.
Mike.
Extension 1241.
Okay, Bob, thanks a lot. Good night. Olson's gone home, but the report's on his desk. Now, Mike, I know what you're thinking, but is Olson gonna buy it?
I don't know. Maybe you have to be a Slav like me to understand, or a Greek. But if the old man says it's a family matter, the old man will handle it.
Hello, Papa. I told this man that if he sets you free, I will deal with you. I want you both to know how.
Well, Lieutenant?
I'll talk to the desk sergeant. You're free to go.
Thank you, Lieutenant.
Well, let's call it a night.
It's fine by me. I just hope Olson doesn't call it a mistake.
You know what?
What?
If it was my first, I'd worry. Well, wouldn't you?
22 million people in the state of California say the debt's been paid. Why can't you? Huh?
How do you pay a debt like that, huh? How do you crush that from your memory, huh? I think every day of the father of the poor children that you killed, and I cry inside. I think of the two little babies lying on the street after you hit them with your car. And I think how they could have lived if you had only stopped to help them a little bit. I think of all of that, and I cry inside. And I cry because your birth brought their death. And I cry because I love you and I don't want to. I don't want to! Brought me only misery. Dimitri, he made this happen. He made the dream happen. He worked, he struggled, he succeeded. And all this, as you see here, he made it. Dimitri!
Papa, go on inside. It's too hot out now.
No, I have work to do. If you don't let me work, hold it in my hand. You take it from me.
Come on, later, Papa, when it's cooler.
All right, you know best, my son. I leave you with your brother. Perhaps you can give him what I can.
You never told him.
Jason, I couldn't.
You're promising you never told him. Why didn't you tell him? He still thinks that I drove that car. He thinks of me. He still sees those dead kids lying there. He thinks of you and he thanks you for his dream. Why didn't you tell him?
I tried to tell him. At first, I was too busy putting all this together. I put this together. The restaurant, the vineyard, the land. And then after time went by, I just couldn't. What, have him lose both of us? I couldn't let both of us be gone.
Well, do tell him. You tell him now. Today. Tonight. But you tell him. Or else they just might have a reason to put me back.
Don't pour too much. Huh? I have to carry him.
Yeah. It's black for you. What about Olson?
Light.
Sugar, too, right?
No sugar.
You sure? I think he takes sugar.
Pour the cream. Just pour the cream.
Yes, sir.
It's open. Shut the door. I read the report, Mike, and coffee won't cut it. Now, how could
Hold
you
it a minute,
two...
Rudy. Steve had nothing to do with it. I called the shot.
No sugar. Find some sugar.
Sugar? Since when?
What I've got to say to you, you don't want him to hear.
All right, now, Rudy, before you get wound up.
Before? Do you know how many heads you went over? Now, not just mine,
Put
Mike.
my head on a plate and hand it to me, but don't make me book this kid again.
You call a 30-year-old con a kid?
Yeah, he went in when he was 18. Everything he knows about the real world stopped then. Yeah, I say that makes him a kid. And you know what else I say? I say that all our talk about rehabilitation is a lot of bunk. If we don't give them a fair shot and help them when they get out.
Like that shot he gave you, huh?
Should have known better.
So you made a moral choice. You got a hide like an alligator and a heart like a marshmallow.
Okay. Are you with me on it?
You, maybe. But this guy, only on a very short leash. You want to hold it?
What do you mean?
I mean that I'd want him in your office every Monday morning at 10 o'clock. I'd want you to whistle
wait a
for him.
minute. Wait a minute. He's not on parole. He served his time, and besides, I haven't got time to play parole
That's
officer.
it, Mike. You made a moral choice. I'm making you morally responsible. You take over. You help him find a job. And you see that he stays straight. And you make sure that he knows that you're looking over his shoulder, night and day, ready to ship him back to the clink the first time that he pulls anything like this stunt again. Otherwise, we yank him back now and file this with the DA's office.
Coffee now?
I don't know how much. I put in 3 lumps.
Perfect.
Thanks. So how do we stand? What happened?
I'd say about even.
What happened?
Jason. The first woman I held in my arms for 12 years, and you're falling apart on me.
I'm sorry. I guess I'm just a crybaby sister.
Well, nobody ever had a better one. I couldn't have made it without you, Daniel.
Hey, come here. I've got a surprise for you.
Huh?
Come here.
Hey, where you take? Is that your car?
Yeah, you like it?
You're traveling in style. Be careful. Watch your step. There's all kinds of glass here. Huh? Easy now, easy. Yeah, I'll give you.
Yeah. Well.
Thanos. Jason? Wow. You know, I actually counted the days, 4,382. But I never knew how long it was till this minute. I mean, this high. Both front teeth out.
I knew you'd come here. I told Thanos that.
Not really the way I remember it.
Do you think we can get in?
Oh, come on, Thal. There's nothing in there but old dust and peeled off paint and paper, that's all.
Oh, no. There are happy times there.
No, he's right. Real happy times start now. Come on. Let's go down to Delensky's. I'll buy us all breakfast.
Delensky's?
Diner down the hill. What's it called now?
I don't know.
Oh, we'll pretend it's still Delensky's. I got the best breakfast in town.
You sit in front, huh?
It's a deal.
You want me to drive?
Well, make you nervous?
No. Not now that I know where we're going. I looked up his record, too. His old address was in Potrero. Hey, aren't we in Potrero? Hey, we weren't gonna worry.
There it is, 2131. They don't build them like that anymore.
They won't let him.
Say, I grew up in the same neighborhood, buddy boy.
You think I'm gonna let you forget that after what you got us into now?
Well, no, I meant what I said. You don't have to take a part of this one if you don't want to.
Oh, come on. You gonna talk or drive?
Say, it's chow time. I know a place down the block. What do you say we take it in?
Terrific.
good. Thanks. Not as good as Dolinsky's. Papa used to bring us here Sundays after Mass. You remember that?
Not really.
Yeah, well, it was some feast. You used to spill your milk glass 9 times out of 10, right there. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, I always insisted on holding it one-handed. Stubborn.
Listen, I gotta get down to the taverna.
You working?
Painting the bathrooms.
What?
Painting the bathrooms. Papa said the bathrooms need to be painted. Dimitri said hire a painter. Papa said Thanos will do it.
Well, you don't want to?
Oh, come on, man. What do I really learn painting the bathrooms?
Responsibility.
I don't believe it. It really sounds like him, doesn't it? Responsibility.
Don't make fun.
I just mean that...
I know what you mean. You mean he's an old-fashioned man with a lot of old-fashioned ideas. Well, he cares for you with those old-fashioned ideas. Perhaps more than anybody else will ever care for you.
What about you, Jason? You still care about him after the way he's treated you?
He's our papa. His blood runs in our veins. Makes us one, a family.
Okay, well, maybe we'll talk about this sometime later, okay? Like after you've been around him for a while. Ciao.
Wait a minute, we'll try it.
No, that's okay. I'll thumb it.
Hey, well, hey, let us.
Man, you really are like him, you know that? Listen, Jason, I stopped spilling my milk a long time ago.
What's the matter with him?
Maybe it's too much Dimitri and not enough Jason.
Good morning. Well, I've heard a lot of rumors where I've been. Now I see they're all true.
I'll tell you something else is true. You can get out from under if you want to get out from under.
You mean you really came in here for the food?
Since a guy named Dolinsky left this place, the food's gone downhill. I came to talk to you.
My sister, Talia Compactness, Lieutenant Stone.
It's a pleasure.
Inspector...
It's Keller. How are you?
Sit down. Actually, I'm kind of glad you came. I've been trying to figure out a way to say thank you. I forgot yesterday.
Well, you had a lot on your mind.
What's on yours?
Your future.
Most people seem more worried about my past.
Yeah, but he's not most people. I don't think he's worried about you at all anymore.
Nothing for me, thanks.
All I'm asking for is a 90-day note. Oh, come on, man. I can't pay that kind of interest. I'll be in debt the rest of my life. Look, the vineyard is out, Mark. I told you that. I can't touch that as long as my old man's alive. That's a rotten joke, Mark.
Jason.
Hello, big brother. That office still open?
Yeah, sure. Come on in, kid.
Well, there really are two ends to the stick, aren't there?
Jace, I didn't tell him yet.
I know.
See, he was still pretty upset last night, you know, and I've been going crazy trying to find the money we need somehow.
It's all right.
Hey, Jason, I'll tell him, I swear.
You won't ever tell him. You can't. Funny thing is, I can't either. Maybe that doesn't matter anymore. What matters is it really did work. I went down to the old neighborhood. The old house. It's two different worlds. He did good, Dimitri.
Out of his luck, mostly. You know, meeting the right people, the right place, the right time.
That's what I mean. We were all counting on you. And you booted home a winner. If you'd gone in and I'd stayed out, I wouldn't have met all the people you met. I wouldn't have been where you were, when you were. Knowing that, seeing that Papa's dream really did come true. Thalia and closed Mama could never have. Found us in college, you with all those connections. That makes it worthwhile. All I want from you now is enough to get myself started on something.
What are you talking about, money?
Not much. Say maybe $5 grand.
For what?
For what? For 12 years. Something like 400 per. Is that asking too much?
No, of course not, kid. It's just that you'll have to wait.
Why?
Well, I haven't got any.
Come on, I could have hawked that much out of here in half an hour.
Hey, come on. This is all fun. It's all show. I lease it furnished, right out of the hardware.
The restaurant, the vineyards.
Everything's hocked with the land. Papa wouldn't let me touch that. I tried to tell you the other night, kid. I'm hanging on by the skin of my teeth.
But how? Why?
Everybody else always said I was a genius. I never said that. I got along with people. That's all I ever knew about me. I trusted some of the wrong ones.
Gambling?
No, nothing illegal. The market. I went in with some guys on a high flyer, and we crashed. And they've been calling me for my loan, and I'm all tapped out.
What were you thinking about?
Look, I did what I thought was best.
You don't roll dice with the family.
I did what I thought was best.
You did what you thought was easiest. Like when you ran out after you hit those kids.
I'll tell you something, Jason. I still hear those screams. And I still see those kids. And you don't have to live with that. I do.
I'm sorry. See ya.
Jason. Hey, you helped me once. You help me now?
How can I?
Give me a name.
A name?
Yeah, you met people in prison. Somebody who knows somebody who start a fire.
You're crazy.
No, wait a minute. See, the restaurant's insured. Now, wait a minute, it could bail us out. Come on, kid, I don't know any other way.
Maybe there isn't any other way. Maybe it can't be easy this time. Goodbye, Dimitri. I won't be bothering you anymore.
Jason.
Mr. Packless, we'd like to talk to your father.
Mr. Compactless, we need to talk to you about the fire.
We seem to meet in the hours of my greatest grief. I'm sorry for that.
I'm sorry about that, too. I hope you don't mind a few questions.
Well, you have your work to do. It's honest work. This is my eldest son, Dimitri.
How do you do?
Lieutenant.
Inspector Keller.
Hello. What are the police doing here investigating a fire?
Because of a dead man. And I understand that he was a very close friend of yours, sir.
Yes. Nearly 50 years. From the islands yet.
I'm sorry. And I'm sorry about some of the questions I have to ask you, sir, but, you see, the fire investigators feel that it might be a case of arson. And if that's true, then your friend's death isn't accidental. It's murder.
Murder? Arson?
What makes anyone think that?
It was mainly the burn pattern. The fire was so even, everything went up at once.
You mean someone deliberately burned it down?
Well, an accidental fire usually starts in one place and spreads. This one started in, at least 6 different places.
Couldn't there be several reasons for that?
Yeah, we checked them out. Electrical malfunctions, mechanical failures.
And you're accusing me of burning down my oldest, killing my oldest friend?
No, sir, we're not accusing you at all, sir, nor anyone yet. As you said, we have our work. And that work is getting to the truth. Where's Jason? Is he around?
Jason does not share my roof.
I thought you said you would deal with him.
The choice was his, not mine.
So you're still not on the best of terms?
That choice was his, too, 12 years ago when he left those children to die.
Can you tell me where I might find him?
You think Jason did it?
Well, ruling out pyromaniacs, arson is caused by one of 2 reasons. Either insurance money or revenge.
Jason wouldn't do it. He just wouldn't.
No, she's right. No matter what happened, I'd never believe it of him.
No matter what happened?
Just a figure of speech.
Dimitri, don't lie to these men.
Papa, please. We can talk about it later, huh?
We will talk about it now.
Well, he came to my place yesterday. He said he wanted money. He wanted his share of the business, what he felt was coming to him.
To him?
Papa, please, I don't want it.
Go on. Did you give him the money?
No, I couldn't. If you've been investigating our records, you can see we've been a little tight lately. I told him that. But he got very angry, very upset. He stormed out.
Jason. Always Jason.
No, Papa. No, you're wrong. You're all wrong. Jason wouldn't do that.
Jason's name is not to be mentioned in this house again.
No,
Jason
Papa!
is dead!
Hey, this is getting to be a habit, you picking me up.
Get in the car.
What is it?
You don't even know about it, do you?
Know about what?
The restaurant burned down last night. The police think you did it, and so does Papa.
Was it because of something Dimitri said?
He said we went to him yesterday for some money, and then when you left, you were angry. You stayed there last night in that awful house. I'll tell them you were with me last night, okay? I mean, I'll do whatever you want me to do.
I want you to go home, Thalia.
What are you gonna do?
Something I should have done 12 years ago.
There.
Go home, Thalia. Stay home.
Jason!
Compactless, stop! I'll go back to the car in case he doubles back. Keep after him. Did your brother have a gun?
I don't know.
He's still running.
I lost him. Fired a warning shot, but he's gone.
Put out an APB.
What does that mean?
It means I made a big mistake trusting your brother. I won't ever trust him again.
Wait. You followed me, didn't you?
Yeah, we had a pretty good idea of where you were going. You think a lot more of him than the rest of the family, don't you?
They don't know him like I do.
I guess not. You were the only one who saw him after your mother died.
How did you know that?
Wasn't difficult. We got the reports from San Quentin. You saw him once a week without fail. Tell me something. Why only you and nobody else?
I never believed he did it. Just like I don't believe he started that fire. That's not Jason.
But you don't think he's capable of one moment of fear or panic?
A moment, yes. But then he'd have turned around and gone back.
But he said he did it.
I know.
You don't think Jason will double back here, do you?
No. He said he had something to do.
What?
I don't know. He said it was something he should have done 12 years ago.
How old were you the night of the accident?
12.
Do you remember much about it?
I'll never forget it.
Was he frightened?
No.
But I thought you said he ran home and hid.
No. I mean, he didn't run. He walked in, and he told my papa he had something to tell him. Then he told him everything that had happened. And how he was sorry. Then my father hit him.
Do you know where your older brother was?
Dimitri?
Yes.
No. He was out, though.
How do you know?
Because I remember when he came in. It was about an hour after Jason had come in. I never thought Dimitri could care about something so much.
He was upset?
He broke down when he heard what Jason had done. Jason had to calm him down. My mother had to call a doctor.
Miss Kompaklis, what car was Jason driving that night? The family car?
No, it was Dimitri's. He had just gotten it. It was brand new, from graduating out of college.
Well, why was he driving Dimitri's car? Was it an errand, a date, what?
I don't know. Yeah, I don't think anybody ever asked.
Of course not. It was a family matter.
Nothing on the APB. Mike, I think he's gone.
Whoever made out this report about the accident put down everything old man Cadmus said and used it against the kid.
Look, I know what you're thinking, but does it really make sense that if Jason Kompaklis wasn't driving the car, he'd say he was? And sacrifice 12 years of his life in prison? I mean, come on, for what?
For family? Jason Kompaklis was convicted 12 years ago. The same year, Dimitri Kompaklis graduated from Berkeley with a degree in business. 2 years after that, he opens a little Greek lunch counter with his old man. 3 years after that, he opens Taverna. And just 3 years ago, he buys a vineyard, something his old man always wanted. Starts a small winery.
He has a good head.
And an education. And contacts.
Now, wait a minute. You're saying that Jason went into prison so that Dimitri could stay outside?
Mm-hmm. The chips were on him. The same as they were on my brother Alex. He was going to make us all rich when he came back after the war. But he never came back. So my old man died. And I I'm just scabbing with you. Hello. Yeah? Well, you just sit tight. We'll be right over. Ophelia Compactless, her younger brother, just called. Jason's headed for the vineyards after Dimitri.
Where's Papa?
He's inside.
Dimitri?
Look, what do you want to do?
Where is Dimitri?
Please, Jason, we can talk about this.
Well, you go inside, and you stay with Papa.
No, no, please, don't go, Jason! Jason!
Jason.
Jason.
Come on, I'll go to the police. I'll tell them everything, Jason. Come on, kid. I don't want to hurt you. Jason.
Papa, please don't! No! No!
Hold it, Jason. Hold it.
You tried to kill me.
Why?
You see that?
Why? Because serving time for you once was enough.
I don't know what he told you, but it's a lie. You think he spent 12 years in prison for me? That's crazy.
Is it? What do you say, Mr. Compactless, huh? Come on, say it!
Jason was always the strongest. You were always the strongest. And you were the weakest. Yes. From the day you were born, I had to work with you and help you and be with you all the time. I was so proud. I thought you were better than I thought you would be. I was so proud of you because you were the kind of son I always wanted.
Don't beat him, Papa. Don't hit him, Papa. No. Love him. Love him. I love him.
Thanos, come on. One more, Papa. Come on, Jason. Come on. Time to go.
Looks like you're really getting into it.
A little.
Like father, like son, huh?
He's a good worker. He buds perfectly. I wish I could take credit for teaching him.
Sure you can.
How?
When we were little, we used to talk about how you'd plant the good stock when you had your own vineyard.
Yes, yes.
How we'd butt in the Johannesburg Riesling.
Yes, that's right.
I listened.
Come on, Sunday's visiting hours are 2 to 4. Dimitri's waiting for us.
I'll get the car. No, wait a minute. We'll drive.
Oh, good. Thank you.
What about regulations?
What, passengers in the car?
Yeah. Aren't you afraid Olson will nail us?
If that was my first mistake, I'd worry.
Streets of San Francisco, a Quinn Martin production. Starring Karl Malden. Also starring Michael Douglas. With guest stars Edmund O'Brien, Tim O'Connor, David Opatascio. Special guest star Eileen Heckert. Tonight's episode, The 30-Year Pin.
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Why didn't you press him?
Nah.
After all the favors you'd done for him, the least he could have done was answer a few questions.
Well, maybe he didn't have the answers.
I'm telling you, he was waiting for you to press him.
Some other time when I really need him.
Why is it? Everybody always owes you a favor and you never collect.
Look, are you going to talk or drive?
Unit 512, we have a 211-217, 2944 Columbus Avenue. See the man. 54 rolling.
Columbus Avenue. That's Charnovsky's beat.
Charnovsky, your old buddy?
Uh-huh.
Well, let me ask you something. When Charnovsky was breaking you in, did you
Unit 12, Unit 44, proceed code 3 to 2944 Columbus. 217-0.
217-0. Somebody shot Gus? Come on, move it. He's a goner.
Like hell. Now, you put him in that van and get in here and move it. Come on, come on. Come on, stand back. Let him get through, please. Stand back. Get him. Listen to me. Get the robbery detail and have OIE report to me at the hospital. Pick up Stella Charnovsky and bring her too.
Mike, they said he's dead.
He's alive. He's gotta be. Hold on, Gus. Hold on. If you're there, Gus, hold on. This is Mike, Gus. Now, you've got a hole in you. It's not small. But it's not big enough to stop an old harness bull like you. Gus. Gus. You're alive, Gus. You're in the trauma van. You're rolling down Jefferson. Now, we'll have you on that table in just 3 minutes. You hear me, Gus? And you give those fellas an extra 5 and they'll fix you up as good as new. You know that, don't you? Stell's on her way, Gus. She's not gonna let you get out of that trip you promised her. Hang in there, fella. We're on the Embarcadero now. Gus, you're steamed, aren't you? Huh? You're steamed at that punk who shot you. Market. We just crossed Market, Gus. 1 more minute. You hear me, Gus? 1 more minute. And then you'll take a few days to recover, and I'll wheel you into that banquet room in a wheelchair. Then you'll pick up your 30-year pin sitting down. Brian, Gus. Here we are, Brian. Gus. Gus, it's your buddy. Stell's on her way, Gus. Potrero, Gus. We're here, Gus. Gus. Gus, we're here. You hear me?
Outside, Mike.
I stay. Sandy, give me a mask.
Outside, Mike.
Hold on, Gus. Hold on, Gus. You hear me?
Now, let's move. This man's going under.
You know Gus?
Just through Mike. I gather they're pretty close, though.
You hear them tell it they're brothers. You know Michael?
Since I became a detective about 2 years ago.
They go back 30 years. They walked the Tenderloin together then.
It's a rough part of town.
They worked dog watch 6 nights a week. You couldn't keep them apart on the 7th.
They do miracles with that trauma unit, Mrs. Charnovsky. Really.
Thank you. I just hope we won't need a miracle.
Joe. Stone. Give me McCready.
Calling Dr. Weston. Dr. Weston.
Mac. Stone.
What have you got on Charnovsky? What do you mean, nothing? No, I won't. Take it easy. Have you got Gus's reports on your desk?
Dr. Marsden,
Well, where are they? I know, but he knew every punk in his district. Who have you got heading this robbery detail? Yes, I told him to report to me at the hospital. I don't care if I'm overstepping my authority or not. I want some action.
Well, he's alive. He's hanging by a thread, but he's alive. I heard what you did. The steward told me he was a short deal away, but you kept him with us.
That's a lot of baloney, and you know it. Whatever happens, happens in there. I thank you for it.
Well, I think he heard you. Miss Charnovsky.
Yes.
He's not in good shape by any means. He has a hole in him. Needs a lot of blood.
Will he live?
Well, he's responding, but I can't make any promises.
Thank you.
Excuse me.
Oh, Mike.
I'll make you a promise, Del. No matter what happens, I'll get that punk who did it. Come on, sit down.
Let me get your chair.
Take it easy. Relax. And if you need anything, Steve will get it for you.
I'll be all right.
Where's
Dad? He said he'd be here. Wait, as soon as he could.
He's already had half an hour.
Mike, he's here.
Hello, Mike. How is it? Not good. What have you got?
Let's see. Well, the suspect is 5'10", 5'11", weight about 150, Caucasian, approximately 30 years old. Tan shirt, dark trousers, dark shoes, entered the shop in the rear. Pulled the gun on the owner at approximately 4:40 p.m. Wore a stocky mask over his face. Took $324 cash at Roar and $110 in Beeman's purse. Officer Gustav Charnovsky entered the shop in the rear, approximately 4:45. Suspect fired at the officer, then he fled. Beeman couldn't give us any more.
No jewelry taken? Well, then how'd they get away? The back door, the front door, run, walk, vehicle?
We're
How?
still checking, Mike. I've only got 2 men.
Well, no good, Roy.
What do you mean, no good?
You got nothing.
Come off it.
Come off it. I'm coming on it. I'm taking this case.
Wait a
This
minute.
one's mine, Roy. And don't say it. Don't say a word. Don't say that I'm overstepping my authority. And don't say that you've done the best job you could so far, because you did nothing. A rookie cop could have gotten more information than that. Well, how much time do you think we had? Let me tell you something, Roy. If this punk gets away, it's because you blew it.
Where do you come off anyway, Stone? Somebody appoint you commissioner overnight or
If you
something?
don't like what I'm doing...
Don't like
then-
what you're doing?
That's right. If you
I'll tell
don't
you.
like what I'm doing, then you just file a complaint. Lieutenant Stone, homicide. Open up.
Can it wait till tomorrow? I'm not a young man, and after what happened today...
What happened today might have kept you from getting any older. If the best cop in the city hadn't laid his life on the line.
I'll just be a minute. I told you robbery people all I know.
Where were you standing when that punk came in? Facing this way?
No.
And he came in through the back?
Yes.
And you heard nothing?
Sure, I heard him. I turned around, and there he was.
And what did he say?
I don't remember exactly.
Oh, come on, think, try.
Well, I think don't move and don't reach for anything.
Then?
Then he told me to pull down the blind and put up the close sign.
How did he talk?
Huh?
Did he have an accent or anything like that?
No.
Okay, then what?
Then he told me to stand there.
Where, here?
Then he took the money.
Who opened the cash register, you or him?
Oh, he did.
How? Which finger?
Which finger?
Yeah, which finger did he use to open the cash register?
Well, I think it was this one.
Are you sure?
I think so.
Right-handed?
Yeah, you're right, because he shifted the gun to his left hand while he took the money.
Now, the money that you had in your pocket, how did he get that?
Well, he asked for it, and I gave it to him.
How?
I put it in his hand.
Here, like this?
Yeah.
Then you were close to it. How about his breath? Could you smell it?
I don't remember. Booze. Maybe beer.
Tobacco?
No, I don't.
The mask. What about the mask? What color was it?
I don't know.
Now, you're a married man. You know about women's stockings. Now, what color was it? Black, white, tan, green, red, what?
Tan.
Light or dark?
Light.
And what about the toe and that band around the top?
How should I know?
All right. You say he was in a shirt?
Yeah.
Short or long sleeves?
Sleeves long.
Shoes, black or brown?
Brown.
What kind? Come on now, what kind?
New, like mod-like, with brass buckles.
All right, now there's more about the shoes. What?
Yeah, the toes seemed
Go on.
scuffed. And the only reason I noticed it was like my kid shoes used to be.
Good. Now, how about the brand?
Italian, maybe. Square toe, like they show in the bootstrap shop.
Anything else?
His trousers, the pants, they were baggy in the knees. Not as expensive as the shoes.
Uh-huh.
Oh, I didn't realize I noticed so much.
Here now, how did he walk? Like an athlete or a lead foot?
Oh, about average.
And his attitude, was he calm, cocky, uptight, what?
Nervous. Shot Gus, didn't he?
Yeah, mustache?
No mustache. Sideburns, maybe, I think.
Good, Joseph. Come on, let's get you home.
I hope I was of some help.
How long ago did you get the Tarnowski slug?
Just now.
In 15 minutes, I want to make on that gun.
Figures. I better go now. Yeah.
Hey, Mike. We gotta talk.
I'm gonna run this to the computer.
Fine.
Now listen.
No, you're right, Henry. I was way out of line. But a policeman's been shot, a brother. And there's some born scum out there who's laughing about it right now, and I want to see him nailed.
Yeah, I understand.
I just want to make sure that the law stands by a man who spent his whole life trying to make it work.
Well, okay. You call the shots, and I'll tell them alone.
Thanks. I'll see you in the stands.
You want some coffee?
Just black. Wiley, the car. Someone spotted a blue '69 Ford coupe leaving the scene. Now get a make on every registered owner within a mile answering that description. Sharp. Mug books to the jeweler's.
At this hour of the night?
He's awake. I just left him. Now get the car witness. And anybody else in the neighborhood who may have seen anything and have them here at 8 a.m. looking at the mug books. Lessing, I want you to check ballistics against gun sales. Oh, yes. Pick up 6 more men, recanvass the whole area. There must be more eyewitnesses.
Right. Here.
Thanks.
What do you want me to do?
Here, take this. Check the hospital. See how Gus is doing, will you?
Oh, Mike, this car just came through, so I punched up a couple of dozen junkies, ex-cons, and all-around losers in the neighborhood. We're checking everything, Mike.
Yeah, thanks.
Mike?
Are you all right?
Mike, Gus is conscious.
Take it easy, Mike.
Mike.
How you feeling?
Hurts. And how much did he get?
It's in about 400 in cash. No jewelry.
He was 5'10", light hair, long, tan shirt, dark trousers, dark shoes, scuffed at the toes, 38 special. He was right-handed.
Listen, I just wanted to make sure you weren't trying to walk out of here again. Now, you take it easy, understand? We'll talk about this later.
He has to live in the neighborhood, Mike. This was a seat-of-the-pants operation.
A junkie?
He didn't feel like a junkie, but why else?
Why else would a guy rip off $400 in cash and not touch a case full of jewelry?
Yeah.
That's for my noodle. You got a trip to plan. Take it easy now. Oh, Lips. I'm sorry. Where have you been? I've been leaning on that bell for 5 minutes. Charnovsky's here.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
I'll see to him right away.
My friend, you're blowing it.
Are you trying to tell me something?
Yes, I'm trying to tell you something. Somebody's giving. Mike, how many times you try to tell me that finding the truth's a head game? You gotta keep your fists in your pockets, your feelings out of the way.
Come on, let's go.
Look, I'm with you. Anywhere, anytime. But I gotta know what you're doing. And what's more important, you gotta know what you're doing. Now, this isn't like you, Mike. I mean, you've always got to plan some form of action. Well, if you got one now, let me know about it. Don't just send me off to run errands.
You're a bright boy. Be bright enough to read me and stay out of my way on this one.
You can do this alone, aren't you?
Then give me the keys.
Oh, Mike, come on.
Give me the keys.
Chicks like this and Cokes, you gotta see them to believe 'em. All right, honey, that's enough. Your timing's fantastic, fella. Show's just starting. You gotta see them to believe 'em, folks. You can't see them on the outside. You gotta go on the inside. Say, fella, your timing's fantastic.
Suslow, Eddie Suslow. Lieutenant Stone.
I gave it to your office.
How about going over to my car and talking this over?
Some other time. Okay, man. Days.
How about that liquor store hold up on 23rd and Folsom?
Okay.
And the supermarket.
I already told you guys all I know about that. Man, I get bounced from this gig. What's left?
There was a robbery today. Jewelry store over by Ghirardelli. I want the man who did it.
You got the wrong cat.
I know. My man is 5'10". Sandy hair, sideburns, right-handed. He used a .38 to cut down a cop.
Shot a cop? He can't be all bad. Okay, take it easy.
Now you know what's walking, running, and crawling.
You know who's hard up and who's holding on. I want you on the street with your ear to the pavement, and I want the name of that punk who pulled that trigger. You just call me every hour on the hour.
Or what?
You just be 2 minutes late. I'll show you or what.
Coke's is the place, folks. The home of the blue movies. You gotta see 'em to believe 'em. You can't see 'em from the outside. You gotta step on the inside, folks.
Jarvis. Police.
What do you want with me? I'm clean.
Where were you at 4:45 yesterday?
Why?
Because I'm asking.
I'm not asking you, leave
Where?
You got no right hassling me like this.
Well, then what are you hiding?
I told you I'm clean.
You'd starve to death trying to keep clean. Open the closet.
What?
Open it. I just want to see your wardrobe. You want to show me, right? Yesterday, you better have an airtight alibi.
Can't take nothing. You got no right taking that.
Give me that gun.
Gun, I got no...
Come on!
Hold it! Get over there! Come on! Hands down. Feet apart. Get them apart! He's clean.
He's got 3 counts of armed robbery, and that junk downstairs is a fresh buy. Bring him here.
Come on. Go!
Come here! Move!
Mike,
I say you bleed for that with Gus's blood.
Let him go, Mike. Let him go. Gus is all right. He's asking. He's asking for you. He's all right, Mike. If you had your radio on, you'd know. Been trying to get you for the last hour.
Gus.
Yeah. I got him, Mike. I got him. All right, put your hands behind your back.
Get him behind your back.
I got him, Mike.
Hold him for me.
He's out of his skull.
Let's go.
Man, you're gonna kill me, man. It was self-defense. I could just see it coming, you know?
You got a fresh score, huh?
I don't have to say nothing to you. What's all that about somebody getting killed? You gonna try to pin that one on me, too, huh?
An officer was shot.
Cop.
Get up there. We see if you get off.
You think I did it, huh?
The lieutenant does.
Well, he's wrong, man. I never killed nobody. You said something about a time. What time?
Yesterday, 4:45.
Yeah, 4:45. I can prove where I was. I was with people.
Good. Who?
A bunch of guys that were throwing dice.
Where?
At a bar over in Union in the back room.
They near your deli?
Yeah.
That's where the guy got killed. Now get up there.
No, man. Come on. I'm leveling. I never left that game, I swear.
Well, you better hope you can get somebody else to swear, or you're in a lot of trouble. Come on.
Hi, Mike.
I hear he asked for me.
Hey, buddy.
Gus? No one asked for me?
No. I'll be back in a few minutes.
But we're glad you're here.
Give us a minute. I'll sell. Okay.
Sure.
You got anything?
I think so.
Good. I'm not gonna make it.
Oh, come on. Now, what are you talking about?
Truth. Truth, Mike, remember? What we spent our whole lives looking for. Check it out.
Nah. Listen, Gus, you're just tired.
Helps still, huh? She thinks she can handle it, but she can't. Funny. You know, it makes me feel easier some way, knowing. Help her, Mike. She's a good woman. Help her, huh? Mike?
Oh, Gus, you...
Oh, there.
Oh, what happened to the time, Gus? I have so much I want to say. Yeah.
This guy you got, you sure he's the right one?
Well, I'm going to find out.
Truth, Mike. Remember. Truth.
That's the first thing you taught me, Gus. It's the last thing I want to forget.
Get still.
Lieutenant Stone, we're holding a call for you at the desk.
Thank you. Get Dr. Ford in there.
Certainly.
Yeah, Stone.
Mike, I think we got something.
Jarvis?
No, he can prove he didn't do it, but his proof turns up some names and maybe a motive. Now, when Gus got it, Jarvis was shooting craps at a dive on Union Street 5 blocks away. With 6, maybe 8 guys, right? Now, get this. One of the guys was losing big. He taps out and splits. He comes back in less than half an hour with $400.
What?
That's right, $400. And the scuff shoes. Remember those scuff shoes? Maybe that explains it. A roller. He's on his knees shooting. And the time fits, 4:30 to 5. What do you think? Guy's losing big early, needs more money, he takes off.
Got a name?
Yeah, Fisher. Cal Fisher. You know him. Mike?
Yeah.
I said you know him. You busted him once on an assault with a deadly weapon. So what do you want to do? You want me to wait for you here? Listen, I got his address. It's a boarding house on Mariposa. Just the side of the slot.
Yeah, sit tight.
Sure. No, I understand, right. Of course. As soon as he comes in, Mr. Suslow, I'll tell him. Right, okay. Thank you.
Who's this Suslow?
Some guy Mike pumped, and he must have done a heck of a job because this guy sounds off like an alarm every hour on the hour.
Anything?
Nothing.
What about that name Jarvis gave you?
I gave it to Mike.
Where is Mike, anyway?
Well, I don't know. He should be here by now. I called him at the hospital about 20 minutes ago.
Gus Charnowski died about 20 minutes ago. Yeah. Mike ever talk about Gus?
No.
Good cop, Gus. Helped Mike Stone be a good cop, too.
What do you think it is makes a guy stay on the beat that many years?
Well, the beat's the best duty on the force. If you're big enough and strong enough and smart enough to hack it. Charnowski hacked it. Mike comes in, ask him to stick his head in, will you?
I don't think he's going to come here, Roy.
Why?
Well, you know how he's been acting, and I know how I'd feel if it was Mike. They just put under a sheet. And I think I blew it because I just turned him on to the name Jarvis told us about, the guy we're looking for.
No, he's too experienced. He's not going to get himself wasted.
What's wasted if he cuts down a guy he should bring back alive?
Maybe you better give me that address and you get rolling. And I'll get back after this.
Mr. Carlin, Lieutenant Stone, San Francisco Police. Open the door, please.
Get back in there.
Silva, who's there? Police, Mr. Fisher.
Number 5, they were shooting, but they're gone. Down the back stairs to the alley.
Evan, stay here. All right, get him out. Take the alley.
You come with built-in radar.
I can hear you running.
It's in here somewhere.
And the next couple exits sealed off. He's unarmed, Mike.
You just do that. Get up. Coffee. Let's go.
How is she?
Okay.
That's gonna be tough.
She grew up tough.
Then what time you got?
1:45.
I'll blow us to a lunch. Go over to Mama's.
I've got bread.
Aren't you the guy who kept telling me to know when to call in my IOUs?
Yeah?
So what have you got against a good clubhouse sandwich?
Nothing. I just don't see you owing me anything, that's all.
Maybe you're right. I ought to make you pay after that con job you pulled on me.
What are you talking about?
Gus wanting to see me?
Yeah.
You did all right. You didn't lose your head. It's a good thing, too. I guess I wasn't using mine much, was I?
But you had reason.
Nah, I was way off base.
Don't ever let me catch you off base that far.
That's no way to operate. You know,
there's one thing you've always got to remember.
Mike, if I let you buy me lunch, can I skip the lecture?
Well, how you ever gonna learn anything?
Of San Francisco, a Quinn Martin production, starring Karl Malden, also starring Michael Douglas. With guest stars Steve Forrest, Michael Strong, Richard Anderson, special guest star Shirley Knight Hopkins. Tonight's episode, A Room with a View.
Marty, sweetheart. Let's have today's sheet, huh? Thanks, pal. Marty. Hey, tomorrow, same time, same station. Okay, pal? Oh, hey, look at that. I'm a slob, Marty. Look at this here.
I'll get that.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, I am
awfully
too.
sorry.
You all right?
Yes.
Good. Nobody got hurt, no harm done, no foul balls. Everybody's all right. Could you do me a little favor? I get this change here. I could use the change. I gotta make a phone call later. I'll give you $1.
Well,
You give me the change, all right? Here, count it.
Only about 80 cents.
82. Good deal. Thanks a lot, right?
You're welcome.
Those bookies. The only time they look at their watch is post time.
Think he's really going to show up?
Oh, yeah. Put yourself in his shoes. You're a two-bit bookmaker just beginning to make it, and suddenly a big-wheel syndicate boss like Hoyt Llewellyn begins to move in. Nothing for you to do but pack up and run or yell your head off. Chafee is a yeller. Say, wait a minute. Did I show you this new snapshot?
Yeah, it's a great shot.
Yeah. She looks happy, doesn't she?
She does, and pretty. Jeannie's blossomed into such a lovely lady.
Yeah, she has. What time we got now?
1:30. Want to hang in a little longer?
Buddy boy, anybody who's going to give us Llewellyn and his whole gambling operation, we wait for. You know, Jean is with Brad's folks. You know that, don't you? Brad's the guy she's going with.
Yeah.
His folks have a place up in the mountains. Snow, skiing, all that stuff.
Christmassy.
Hey, Dispatch has been trying to raise you.
Healy, I told the fellas at Dispatch where we'd be.
Roy Chafee's brother just got killed.
Frankie got killed?
I guess they heard Roy was going to talk.
When?
About 45 minutes ago, over on 24th Street, right near Castro.
How?
Gizmo with a shotgun shell. Wired into the ignition. Pow.
Professional.
Llewellyn. He knew Roy was coming to us.
So why didn't he hit Roy?
He couldn't find him. Roy's been hiding underground.
That's where he'll probably stay, underground.
Then I figured on some downtime, Mr. Llewellyn. Clean hit and all, but the cops have got to put something together. They've got to figure that Hoyt Llewellyn contracted the hit. If they get your name.
Artie, how would you like Buenos Aires?
I'd like it fine.
And that's where it'll be. After you handle this Roy Chafee business.
This address is his hideout. If it's fresh.
10 minutes old. If he isn't there, he isn't anywhere.
You know, this is within 3 blocks of the hit. How's Abbey Grote gonna take this? He used to be very close with the Chafee brothers.
Exactly right. Used to be. He's in my pocket now. Anyway, you don't have to handle him. I do. You handle that.
Got it.
Taped to the underside of the steering column. Shotgun shell.
Yeah, wired into the ignition. I've seen it before. Now, what we've got to know is, what have you got on Llewellyn?
Nothing. Zip. I might get lucky and lift the print of the metal part of the casing, but the pipe's been wiped. The wire is ordinary. Whoever rigged this must have worn gloves. They work fast and clean. You think Llewellyn has anything to do with it?
Jim, anybody see the guy who wired this?
Nobody remembers him, Steve. No description, but we're still checking.
Well, what about Frankie? Didn't anybody see him on the street? Somebody following him? Anything?
Yes, sir, there was a lady. She talked with him just before. My partner's trying to find her name.
You stay with it.
Yes, sir.
Mike, that surveillance request you put out on Art Stiles. I spotted his car, 900 block Church Street. You want an inspector team on him?
No. Steve, you tag him, okay?
Right.
Now, don't move in without me. We got nothing to bust him on.
Unless he goes after Roy.
Yeah, unless.
I'm going to have a talk with Llewellyn.
Good luck.
Thanks.
Here, Mike.
Thanks.
Lieutenant, I don't understand why you're so concerned. So concerned about me. I've been right here in this boat all day. Ask Abby.
And what about that gunsel of yours? What about Art Stiles?
Right here with me. And if you're considering rousting him like you are me, let me remind you that I have an attorney that's very, very sensitive. Very sensitive about harassment. Now, if you want to talk, be prepared to make an arrest and make it stick. Otherwise...
Sure, I met your lawyer. You were here too, huh? The three of you. See no evil, hear no evil, and speak no evil. Grote, why did you stand by and let him scratch Frankie?
I'm out of it, Lieutenant. I hardly knew Frankie. Like Llewellyn says, nobody here knows from the Chaffees.
Roy Chaffee started you. He picked you up when you were hustling punch boards at a bucket throw and made you a bookie runner just like Frankie. Frankie stayed a runner, but not you. You moved up. You built your own organization.
Rumor. I got no organization.
Don't give me that rumor bit. I got your biography on booking slips. Now, you owe the Chaffees.
Sower of discontent, Abby. He's a sower of discontent.
Llewellyn here, he muscled in on Chaffees. He wants to take over all the gambling in the city, didn't you know that? What's to stop him from cutting you out next?
Do I look worried?
Lieutenant, are you finished? Are you through playing taps for Frankie? And if you are, maybe you can find your way off this boat back to your car.
No. I've got a couple of minutes left on the meter. And I want you to understand that if you lay a hand on Roy Chaffee, I'm going to have your arm up to the elbow. So you just stay away from him. And keep your friend Stiles away from him, too. As for you, anybody that has you as a friend doesn't need an enemy.
He's on a fishing expedition. Abby, I'm sorry I didn't have time to tell you about this Frankie thing. It was one of those last-minute things. There was no other way. Roy was going to the police.
How'd you find out, Hoyt? How could you be sure?
Oh, I was sure. I had his phone tapped for over a year.
How about mine, Hoyt? You tapped my phone?
I didn't hear that. Now, tell me about Mason. We all set for tonight?
Sure. Shipyard, 10 o'clock. We'll take my car.
Oh, no. Not your car, Abby. My car.
Your car.
Hi.
Hello.
I'm Art Stiles. I'm really sorry about being this late.
Oh, I think you must have the wrong apartment, Mr. Stiles.
No, I don't think so. You married Grace, right?
Mary Ray. Dortmunder.
Dortmunder? Oh, boy. I really blew it. Take a look at that.
Mary Grace, Littlefield. Oh, you're just one block off. This address is just down the street. We're close. Wrong girl, I'm afraid.
Wrong name. Right girl. Could I use your phone? And your phone book. I don't have the right number. Thanks, Mary Ray. It's nice. Very nice view.
Yes. I've been living here for 6 years. It's a lovely view. Can you find your number?
Yeah. Listen, is it okay if I say something? I mean, I usually say what I think straight out. Some people get, you know. What I'd really like to say is that I'd just as soon not make that phone call.
Well...
What I'd like to do is just sit here and talk. Whatever.
Oh, I don't think you'd find that very interesting, Mr. Stiles. I'm a teacher. I was just correcting papers.
Well, what could it hurt? And I haven't been to school since I was 12. It could only help, Mary Ray.
Well, would you like some coffee?
Sure, it sounds good. Mary Ray, I like it here.
Hi. Okay, my friend. 3rd floor on the front. Doing what?
He's with a girl. Mary Ray Dortmunder.
Mary Ray Dortmunder. That's a crummy name for a go-go dancer.
She's a teacher. School teacher.
Well, that's better. Mary Ray Dortmunder. Now, that's a good name for a school teacher. But tell me, what is Stiles doing with a school teacher?
He's learning. Lessing ran her name for us, no record. Teaches at Everett Junior High, 31. No connection with Llewellyn or Chafee's as far as we know. This is the worst looking BLT I've ever seen.
Well, it's the best I could do.
Well, what else did you do?
Got nowhere. If Chafee is hiding out in San Francisco, he's dug himself a deep hole. Healy and Saletti are staked out at his house. As far as we know, he hasn't been around for over a week.
You know, I was thinking, his wife's about to have a baby, right?
Yeah, so?
Well, doesn't it make sense that he'd want to see her? You know, see she's all right?
Possible. But if he does, Healy nails him. Say, how about Stiles? Does it look as though he's gonna hang around for a while?
Looks that way, yeah.
Good. What do you say we don't eat in the car for a change? Let's go somewhere where they've got a nice white tablecloth.
I'm with you. That sounds terrific.
You like that, eh?
Yeah.
I'll call in for relief. Ain't one to stake out.
You're right. Of course, in a way. It is for children, but it has something to say to everybody. Saintsbury wasn't only a children's writer. He was a pilot and an adventurer and a romantic. The Little Prince is about humanity and love.
Mary Ray, where do you live, anyway?
I'm not sure I follow.
I mean, you're talking about Byron, Lord Byron, and those sisters.
The Brontes.
All that fairyland thing. I mean, you live out here somewhere where the wallpaper never warps. The toilets don't back up.
Well, I just talk about what I believe, I guess.
You really know any people like you talk about? I mean, here, now, on this planet, in this city.
There are people who think the way I do.
Who? Teachers? Have you got a guy, Mary Ray?
I've sort of.
Well, you either got a guy or you don't.
I guess it is that simple after all. No, I don't. I better clear the dishes.
Sure. Guess who's staying? I'm not going back to my place, Mary Ray. I like it here. But I have to make a call first. Hand me the telephone, would you? Thank you, Mary Ray. How are you? How goes it?
You tell me, Artie.
Everything's fine. It's right on. I'm looking right down the barrel at Chafee's place this minute. If he's in there and he moves, he's dead.
Where are you calling from?
The chick's place. Looks right over Chafee's.
And, how are you going to handle that, Artie?
The chick? There's no problem.
If you score on Roy, you can't leave her, you know.
No, I know. I'll handle it.
Artie, maybe you better handle it now. Before.
I haven't let you down yet, have I, Mr. Llewellyn? You're seeing Mason tonight. Is he coming in with us?
Yeah, it's all set. I just got the final figures on the operation. The handle on the football and basketball pools alone come to nearly, get this, $1,000,006. Abby just walked in. We're leaving now.
I ought to be with you, Mr. Llewellyn. Abby Grote's a bag of snakes, and you know that.
Yeah, I know. But as long as you can keep the snakes in the bag, huh? Artie, you call me when everything's handled, huh?
Okay.
Everything, Artie.
Artie Stiles?
That's right, Abby.
You got him on Roy?
Roy? Roy Chafee?
Oh.
You know, Artie. He's with some girl.
10 o'clock, right? Sure.
Hey, you don't like my driving?
You drive too fast, Hoyt. Oh, here's Mason.
Good.
Coming, Hoyt?
Just a minute, I can't get this seatbelt off.
Forget it, Hoyt. It isn't gonna release. Boys jimmied it.
Happy.
Stone was right. You can't dump everybody, Hoyt. That's for Frankie.
Hey! Tommy, wait a minute!
Let's go.
He can't come out. Roy was going to go to you people. He would have told you about Mr. Llewellyn. And we knew it would have meant a jail sentence for Roy. But Roy's not a big criminal like Llewellyn. He takes bets on horses and ball games. We make a living. But we don't kill. They kill. Frankie was a nice little guy. Why did they have to murder him like that?
Because they know how Roy thinks. The murder was to show him what would happen if he came to us, and Llewellyn was hoping he'd do exactly what he did.
He wanted him to hide?
Until they could find him, yes. When's your baby due?
Now. Today, tomorrow. If I told you where Roy is, and he told you what you want to know.
Then we could protect him. The other way, he's a walking target. This way, he has a chance. He can see his baby.
Yes? Who? Just a minute. Sergeant Hasigian.
Yeah, Norm. You're kidding. What pier? All right. No, I got nothing. Right. Divers found Llewellyn's body in the bay. He's dead. Want to call your husband and tell him?
Was Art Stiles with him? Then Roy stays right where he is. You come back, talk to me again when Stiles is dead, too.
Mrs. Chafee.
When everybody who can hurt Roy is in prison or dead, then come back.
Great, we got nothing to nail him on, and she wants him in prison or dead.
That's what the lady said. Anyway, I put 2 men outside.
Good. I wonder how Stiles will take this.
If Stiles wants to make a move, he'll flag us.
Yeah, that's him. That's Llewellyn. Looks like Grote used his golden rule before he could.
Which one's that?
Do unto others before they do unto you. Miss Dortmunder?
Yes?
Lieutenant Stone. Inspector Keller, homicide.
Oh, is it about Mr. Chafee?
Yes, it is.
I told one of your men. We collided on the sidewalk. He asked me if I had change for $1, and then he went to his car. The only time I ever saw the man.
You're a friend of Art Stiles. Did this friendship with him have anything to do with you being on 24th Street at that particular time?
No, of course not. What does Art Stiles have to do with that murder?
Well, we're not really sure, but we thought you might be able to help us.
Well, I can't believe that it isn't possible. He isn't like that.
Well, how well do you really know Arthur Stiles?
I know him.
Do you know how he makes his living?
I'm afraid there must be some mistake. The Arthur Stiles that I know...
Well, this is the Arthur Stiles that we're talking about.
I don't know anything about that murder. I don't think I want to talk about this anymore. If you'll excuse me, I have a faculty meeting. Excuse me.
You know, I don't really think she knew about this man.
She does now.
Who is it? Over there, behind those windows. Who is it?
What's the difference? It's nobody you know.
Touch that doorknob, Mary Ray, and I'll kill you where you stand. Lock it. Bring me the key.
That's why you're here. That's all you wanted. A room with a view.
Unit 4 is checked in and reports no movement by subjects. Inspectors 3-4 will assume surveillance. Will Inspectors 8-1 maintain position?
8-1 will maintain stakeout. You know, your hunch better be on the money.
Has to be first child.
Oh, you know all about that, huh?
No. Now, I just figure that a bookie's wife with this much heat on wouldn't use her phone. She'd figure either Llewellyn's guy's got it tapped or we do. This way, when she's ready to have the baby, she'll get in touch with him or she'll phone him somewhere.
Just a hunch, huh?
Yeah.
Not a bad one, buddy boy.
Well, thank you.
No, I don't know Roy Chafee, and no, he never did anything to me. It's just business.
Do you like it? This business?
I don't like it, and I don't hate it. I'm just in it.
I just wondered what makes a man want to murder two people he hardly knows. Money?
Ellen,
Is that...
you stay out of my head. You just sit there. Keep out of my way, and don't push. Hello. This is the answer service, right? Well, this is Art Stiles. No, you've already got me down for a callback, but why isn't Mr. Llewellyn picking up? Well, when did he pick up his calls last? All right. When he calls, have him call me, huh?
There's a story by Ernest Hemingway.
Stories? What's this with stories? There's nothing real ever happened to you.
It's called The Killers. It's about a man named Swede. He's being chased by killers. He's running. The way you're running from the police.
The headquarters.
And Swede, he took jobs he hated in towns he didn't like. And the killers were always after him, chasing him.
Nobody's chasing me.
They're sure you killed Frank Chafee. Lieutenant Stone, Inspector Keller, they said so. They showed me your picture.
It was a clean hit. Nobody can put me with it.
They knew you were here. They'll know if you kill that man. If you kill me.
Who said I'd kill you?
Common sense says.
Look, Mary Ray, I didn't come up here to get it. Hello. This is Art Stiles again. Didn't Mr. Llewellyn check in yet? No, I haven't been listening to the radio for a while. When?
He finally gave up. Swede, he finally knew he couldn't run anymore. He just sat in his room and waited.
Shut up, Mary Ray. They hit the man I work for.
Well, then, doesn't that mean it stops, Art? Or do they have to kill you now? Or do you still have to kill that man across the street? Explain it to me. I don't understand.
I don't expect you to understand. It doesn't come in a book.
Well, tell me then. Doesn't it just go on until you're dead? And they're dead? And the men, your people, and their people higher are dead? Where does it stop?
It stops when everybody quits.
Then quit. Please.
I can't, Mary Ray. That man could have fingered my boss, put him away for life. He could do the same to me.
It's Angela. Are you all right?
Angela, where are you?
A phone booth on Sanchez. It's time, Roy. I have to go to the hospital. Llewellyn's dead, Roy.
Are you sure? You didn't hear that from Abby Grote, did you?
The police, Inspector Keller. He got the call right at the house. Abby must have done it, Roy. Why didn't you call him? See where you stand.
What about Art Stiles?
I don't know. Can you come with me, Roy?
Okay, I guess. Yeah.
I'll be right there. Please call Abby. You got to know.
All right.
Did she put one coin in that box?
I think it was one, yeah.
Local call. Figures. He's right smack in the middle of 500,000 people. Did you say she knew all about Llewellyn?
She was right there when I got the word.
Great. This could break it wide open. Stay on that cab's bumper.
Art. Please. Please quit. Let it stop right here. I have a car. It's parked near the apartment. Take it.
Get on the phone. Find out when's the next flight out of here to L.A.
They leave every hour on the half hour.
Check it.
Wouldn't you know? A fire.
Mike, we're gonna lose him.
Wait a minute. Wait a minute. This is Sanchez. Move right on the next one. Do you know that we're within 5 blocks of that place we're staking out?
That's why Style was hanging into the teachers.
You bet your sweet badge it is. He's sitting on Roy Chafee. Teacher. Art Styles and a teacher.
Jimmy, hold it.
He split. He didn't get far.
Mike, he's got the girl.
Take the back stairs.
Right.
Styles.
Say, get him to the hospital and stay with him. You better take her, too.
The Blue Maverick, PCE 616.
One to headquarters. pursuit of a blue Maverick. California license number
PCE 616.
PCE 616. Suspect, Art Stiles. Armed, dangerous. Has hostage. Probable destination, San Francisco International.
The airport?
That's what the telephone book said.
What?
Come on, just move it. I'll tell you later.
There he is, still behind us. Abbey Groves.
What does that mean? What do we do?
We. There's no we.
I thought you needed me as a hostage.
You think your being in the way would stop the guys in that car?
We'll be lucky to get Stiles before he gets to the terminal.
Come inside, Mary Ray.
See if she knows where he's headed.
He said he was going to Los Angeles.
Final call for flight 74 from Los Angeles, boarding at gate 3. Final call for flight 74 from Los Angeles, boarding at gate 3. Flight 4 from New York now boarding gate 7.
Drop it. Get over here. Turn around. Here, cuff this one. Take him to the hospital.
Flight 19, flight 19, now arriving gate 2 from Chicago. Flight 19, flight
Get this thing stopped.
19, now arriving gate 2 from Chicago.
Dick Paget, Transworld Airlines, Station
Yeah, ever since she's been away to school and came home for Christmas holidays, why, we'd go somewhere where it was fancy. Top of the Mart, Ernie's, L'Etoile, just to kind of celebrate, you know.
It's very nice. I think you said her name was Jean.
I did, yes, Jean.
So anyway, she met a med student this year, and they decided to spend the holidays with his folks.
She's very beautiful, Lieutenant.
Yeah. Tell me she takes after her mother.
Yeah. You know, I made a reservation about a month ago thinking that she and Brad would be home for the holidays. It would be crazy not to use it. The Island House, you know where it is? Have you ever been there?
No, I've never been there, Lieutenant.
Mike.
It's in Sausalito. It's got a beautiful view of the bay, sort of like a fairyland.
I guess I'd feel right at home then. You know what they say about teachers of literature.
Romantics, right? Well, what do you say, the three of us? I'll pick you up at 7:30.
That would be lovely. Thank you.
I showed you the picture, didn't I?
No, I've never seen that picture.
Oh, well, take a look.
I'm kidding you. I've seen it before. It's lovely. It's terrific.
Yeah, terrific. Terrific, yeah.